the 44,000 teachers. And on Monday, we will down our tools and go to the streets.
However, Health Cabinet Secretary Ndu Okoh has defended SHA insurance, saying teachers still benefit from comprehensive insurance that includes internal and external treatment, as well as access to services in many hospitals in the country. Despite Ndu Okoh's defense of the quality of SHA, teachers say they are still being turned away in some hospitals, thus lacking services. The strike is also being triggered by the government's delay in hiring more than 44,000 teachers who are still trainees. President William Ruto has cautioned Kenyans in the diaspora against relying on social media for news from home due to rampant misinformation, fake news and manipulated content. Addressing Kenyans living in Rome, Italy, Ruto urged them to verify information, saying there was a lot of deliberate misinformation aimed at achieving political and selfish needs.
Most of the stories in social media is not correct. Most of it is fake. Most of it is misinformation. 3/4 of it is disinformation. And so it's good to get a correct picture of where we are as a country. You know, there are so many unpatriotic Kenyans. They talk about Kenya as if they have a spare country. You know? So you demonize Kenya so that you do what? So that you belong where? Who is going to give you their country? You know? So we need to work on the software of all of us. We need to begin to think, you know, about our country in a much more positive way.
Meanwhile, Kenya and Italy have signed a joint action plan to deepen cooperation in trade, renewable energy, food security and private sector development following talks between President Ruto and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. The agreement covering the period 2026 to 2029 and anchored in Italy's Mattei Plan for Africa positions Kenya as a flagship partner in Rome's bid to reframe its economic and diplomatic engagement with the African continent. Ruto departed from Rome on Sundays and is expected back in the country today. Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki has urged residents of the western region of Mount Kenya to reject leaders who have no record of direct development during their tenure. Speaking at Oloo in the Menti North Parliamentary constituency, Kindiki said the Kenyan government has fast prioritized areas that were neglected by previous governments.
Niseme hawa viongozi sio ati wametoka mbinguni, sio ati ni malaika wameshuka kutoka mbinguni. Walikuwa na viti kubwa kubwa kama ile kiti niko nayo saa hii. Na nimesema next year August wakati wa campaign sisi tukuja tusimame hapa Molo. Kalonzo utuambie ukiwa vice president 5 years ni nini tulipata hapa. Rigathi asimame atuambie akiwa vice president miaka 2 nini alileta hapa. Na mimi fireman, mimi nitakuja hapa nijitetee na kazi yangu. Nisiseme.
Kindiki also said he is confident that he'll succeed President William Ruto as the 6th president of Kenya if he is nominated as Ruto's running mate for a second term.
Yes, tungoje mpaka 2032 ng'ombe izae bokuona njau. Si mungoje njau izaliwe. Sasa mnaambiwa mchinje ng'ombe na imebeba mimba. Mnataka kuchinja ng'ombe ikiwa na mimba? Na ndama yenu iko hapo ndani? Hapana, wacheni bwana, hatuwezi. We cannot. So next year Asembe retire. Ama namna gani? Aungane na Uhuru waende retire. Alafu after that namna hii.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter @SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why they're not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's 11 after 6 o'clock, and here we are on this Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? It's Wednesday, the day after Tuesday, and hope everybody's doing okay. Well, let me tell you something. If they tell you, you can get a slow start to the morning and you can just take your time, don't. Get up when you need to get up and just keep things moving, because this is that morning, guys, and I hope you're doing well even regardless of things. So karibu sana and welcome to the Situation Room this Wednesday morning. We are up and at 'em and getting into it proper. Hey, EVE, I promise I will never ever do it again. Woo-wee. And so, as we get my voice together and all other things together, let me tell you that today I have with me a guest host who maybe you've seen, you've heard in different places, in different spaces, but he joins us this morning. Hey, if I can just get my phone to behave itself. Just a minute. You know, sometimes now when you're trying for things to operate, they decided they're not going to do it with you, but we move regardless. Our guest host with us this morning is awake a little bit more than me. I would assume. Ochanda, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm very fine. How are you?
As you can see, I'm trying to put it together. Allan Ochanda is a political reporter with KTN, and he joins us this morning in the Situation Room. And very glad that you are. How are things?
We are doing well. We're keeping up very well. And, of course, just having our acts together. And, yeah, we're keeping up well.
Good. We're glad that you're here this morning, and we do have a number of conversations. Our live streams are up this morning on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And my alarm this morning was one Evelyn. Mungai. Evelyn, good morning, and I hope you're doing well. Let's get into the conversations that we'll be having today. Let's let you know what those will be. We're going to start off with a conversation around what it meant for the politics of appointments and where the line should actually be drawn. Dr. Martin Oloo is an advocate and a political analyst. He joins us at 7 o'clock with Dr. Luchetu Likaka, who is a governance and security consultant. They're both going to be with us at 7 o'clock, and we'll have that conversation. The politics of appointments. When we see these appointments happening, and this is right up your alley, Ochanda, is it by merit, or is it because somebody is going to sing a certain song? We'll talk about that at 7. Where should the line actually be drawn? All right. And then at 8 o'clock, Willis Otieno, advocate, and Safina Party deputy party leader will join us. We're going to be looking at the state of the nation, the Kenya that people want. And it comes from a perspective where he's been, in the seat where he's been asking a number of questions over time in terms of what the case should be. Also, finally, at 9 o'clock, we will talk with Moses Ndurima, who's the Deputy Secretary General of Kupet. A strike is looming. They've said, you know what? Over SHA, if we cannot go to hospital and get medical attention after we have been deducted a certain amount of money, guess what? We will not be teaching come next week when schools open from Monday. Schools opening Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If we cannot go to hospital, we will not, and we cannot be treated, because that's the case for a lot of teachers today. We will not be teaching next week. And we're talking about the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers. This essentially is high school. This is secondary school. So if they're already at that place where they're saying this, then we're probably going to have an issue. Okay, so we're going to have a conversation about that and what exactly it means and just how interesting it is. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk from political lines drawn at 7. We'll look into the state of the nation at 8, and then we'll look at the state of education from a teacher's point of view in terms of what's happening. Guys, say hi to Ochanda. Make him feel welcome. Let's do like we normally do and say hello to everybody when you tune in this morning. And very good morning to our audience on KTN today. From different angles, everybody gets an opportunity to watch the Situation Room. And as we get into these conversations, karibuni sana. We'll say hello to you in just a little bit. When we start to look into the headlines as well, we'll let you know what's going on. So yesterday, was it interesting, or was it a spent cartridge in terms of what happened with the protest? Was there somebody leading it, or was it there was no bullet in the chamber, really? So those are also conversations that we will be having as we get into it this morning. All right. So, Ochanda, we put you to work. Let me tell you what our proverb is today. Our proverbs come from Egypt this week. And you may or may not know that Egypt is cosmopolitan as well as heavily still traditional, ancient times Egypt, but still being able to straddle that position where it's cosmopolitan and it's new and it's modern and embracing technology, but still vested in the traditional where we know a lot of things. The invention of paper, the invention of ink, the drawings that we see that heralded the time of man, essentially, and their intelligence. So it's a very interesting mix of many things happening at the same time. Here's the problem for today. We'd love to get to hear what you think about that. Stretch your legs as far as your blanket extends. Stretch your legs as far as your blanket extends. What would you make of that?
Stretch your legs
as far as your blanket extends.
Extends or can stretch. I almost gave a synonym, another proverb that means the same, but to the best of my knowledge, really is that if you're getting into a situation, be sure of how you get in and how you can get out.
Yeah.
As you get in, if the situation becomes unbearable, you should be able to come out without much difficulty.
That's interesting. I imagine that a blanket offers some kind of security or covering or warmth, and that in some cases it may not, I guess, depending, cover everything. So if you stretch beyond a particular place, you lose the security or the warmth or comfort of the blankets. So maybe know your lane.
Know your lane.
And stick to it. Because if you stretch beyond a certain point, you're going to lose the comfort and covering that you normally would have. I guess I'd see it like that. Be interesting to see what folks have to say about that today as we get into things. All right? Okay, interesting. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We can see that you're in the room this morning. Like I said, please say a big hello to Ochanda as he gets into the room with us today. And as you're tuning in from different parts of the world, let's take a minute to say a very good morning to you. And thank you for keeping it part of the Situation Room today. Yesterday was really interesting because I got so many messages from people that I just didn't know how to be able to connect with them. And so on different social media places, spots, it was really nice to connect with you guys. And thank you for keeping us righteous in terms of the things that we need to be talking about when it comes to the development of our communities, our societies, of course, our nation, regions, and the world. Wherever your nation is, whatever it is that you need to do, this conversation kind of fuels a lot of those things. So thank you for tuning in with us every day. Okay, so we're getting into it today, and a very good morning to you. We can see you tuned in this morning from Mombasa, Peter Kiarie. And what you tell us today, good morning from Mombasa. When respect comes before love, every love story becomes a perfect love story. When respect comes before love, every love story becomes a perfect love story. Okay, interesting. Desmond Ortiz says, good morning. Where football is a politics, don't hold it in your heart or lungs. It can catalyze us to death very fast. Wishing Kilamtu happy Tuesday. Well, it's actually Wednesday, but okay. We'll take that. I know that today is the day where people will be wondering, okay, so is it going to be Arsenal? Is it going to be Manchester United? There's another game in hand for both teams. Somebody has got to win, and somebody has got to win. So it's going to be interesting. People will sleep with their heart in their chest tonight, that's for sure. Michael Olande, good morning to you. Tune in from the land of 1,000 hills. Thanks for being here. Precious Gondi says, good morning, Jambo, everybody. Good morning to you. Georgia Demo says, good morning. I'm listening in from Rongo. Boaz Nalianya says, good morning from Kitale, Trans Nzoia County. And Franklin is also tuned in this morning. Good morning to you. We see you. And we're going to get through everybody today. Kansifa says, good morning, tuning from Mombasa. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Good morning to you. Leo says, hello, fellow unpatriotic Kenyans. Okay, are you unpatriotic this morning, Leo? If so, why? Politicians in their speech are very interesting. Kindiki has been MP, senator, and now a DP. What has he done to demand another day, and what have they done? It's a game of musical chairs. Well, I know. And these are some of the questions that we ask. Peter says, Ruto goes to a university in Italy and there's a blackout for the first time ever. Okay. We're not going to follow your conspiracy this morning, but okay, sour. We just move it from there. Jennifer Tenney says, good morning. Imagine we unpatriotic who think about Kenyans who elected them. Okay, I guess now you're having that banter amongst yourselves. Isaac Ale says, good morning. Kenyans in Italy were told not to believe what's on social media. That's like telling a man in the rain to ignore the fact that he's already soaked because the umbrella looks fine from State House. Isa, good morning. Good morning, Ndu. Yes, good morning to you, Jennifer. Spice team. Say hi to Joe and Aseto. We'll greet them. Both gentlemen dealing with something this week, so let's hold them in prayer. Now, Penda Sana, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Good morning. Collins Juma says, good morning, Spice. According to my research, do you know the number of times you people have been visiting African countries collecting proverbs is Inashinda Kidogo Sana DP visits to Meru? Ha!
That's interesting.
Okay. Should we comment or should we just keep it moving?
No, we shouldn't.
Okay. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Right, Jennifer is welcoming you, Ochanda. And good. This is a very engaging platform, she says. So
thank you so much.
All right. Vena Karwenji says, good morning, tuning from Kuwait. Interesting. Such a beautiful Wednesday morning. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Karibu Sana. Masharia Njeri says, good morning. Watching from Portland in Oregon. Sakaja decided to play April Fool's Day with Gaucho as a board member of Mama Lucy Hospital. You think it's a joke? It would have been interesting if it actually came out on the 1st of April. But this one, unfortunately, looks like it's quite serious. I don't think it's a joke, this appointment.
It's not a joke.
No, it's not.
It's not a joke.
He's actually been appointed, has he not?
He's been appointed. And, the most interesting thing is that the banter that was on social media is that doctors actually trained a minimum of 7 years. And now, Gaucho. Actually, that was banter on social media.
Yeah.
They are claiming he doesn't have a formal education. Of course, we have to ascertain that. But they claim that they cannot, for 7 years, sit in a classroom, just honing their skills. And then Gaucho from nowhere
gives them direction on how to run.
A political appointee now comes here to sit in that apex body to be giving them a direction. That's part of the banter, but really, not really. Yeah. Let's stop at that.
Yeah, for now, because my goodness. Yeah, this is one, and this is around what we'll be talking about at 7 o'clock when the two analysts join us, because you have to ask certain questions here that you fly in the face of all good sense when you do certain things. You can make a political appointment, but it matters where. But I'm not going to preempt that conversation. We will have it at 7 o'clock.
Yes, sure.
Dr. Van Vick is tuning in this morning from Chude, Mombasa. Kweli King wa Mandamano was Baba. Okay. Antonina Kehika says, good morning, Spices. Into that denim is a den meaning. Matching very well with the mustard. Asante sana. Very good morning to you. Okay. Kansifa says, hello, Mr. Ochanda. Allan Ochanda, welcome. Karibu. Let's fix things together.
Asante.
Joseph Okondo says, good morning, tuned in from SpiceFM. Ndu, a belated welcome back from Nigeria. Thank you so much. Tuning from Tudor. Thank you. A big hello to Ochanda, says Desmond Otis. Thank you so much, Kansifa.
Hi.
Christina says, good morning. Ndu, while you were away, we were talking about 2/3 gender. Okay, all right. Now you know why I don't think we need it. Most people who go to Mama Lucy are pregnant women. Female MPs are okay with goon appointment. Yeah. I could comment on that, but then it would ruin my peace.
Yeah.
And I have a certain level of peace this morning. And I'd like to maintain that at least until 7 a.m. Ama namnagani EVE. At least. But Christina, I hear you, my sister. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this morning? Have a blessed Wednesday. Thank you so much. Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning, Kenya. Collins Kimtai is tuned in this morning. And Rose Emily says, good morning. Looking forward to today's conversation. Karibu sana. Wanda, good morning. You're tuning in from Toronto. And welcome, Mr. Ochanda. She says, I'm not Kenyan, but even I am fatigued by the bad news in Kenyan news. Maybe that is why people stayed home yesterday. It's too much. Kamu, Wanda, where are you from? All this time, I just thought you were Kenyan. Tell us where you're from, Wanda. Thank you so much. Very glad to be here this morning. Thank you for your compliments. Really great. Cyrus Kalasinga says, good morning, tune in and listening from Siaya Kababa. Okay. Oh, Leo, yesterday you were called unpatriotic Kenyans. That's where it's coming from. Demanding a better motherland. For demanding a better motherland. I get it now. Good morning to you. Maxi Opondo says, good morning. Early to rise to hear the conversation from Abu Dhabi. Good morning to you. Karibu sana, and thank you for being here today. Robert Tibogo tuned in and says, good morning from Mombasa. Everybody, Karibu sana, thank you for joining us every morning as you do. We don't take it for granted. Wanda, I'm still waiting to hear where you're from because I don't understand. But thank you, and Karibu sana. Always good to have you. We're going to look into the headlines. I don't know what Evelyn wants me to do. Look into the headlines and then we take a break. Let's do it in a bit. But let's look into the headlines. Front page of the Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper today. In case you don't remember, the CS interior is one Kipchumba Onesimus Murkomen. And the headline today on the Standard is playing clever. Goon's paradise. When he appeared before members of parliament yesterday, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen either misunderstood his brief or, as the lawyer he is, preferred ambiguity than let him dodge responsibility. Tasked with overseeing security, he pointed fingers everywhere but at the office he leads. He branded some lawmakers warlords, cast governors as sponsors of crime, and accused the judiciary of leniency towards gangsters. Where? Yet, he named no suspects, pursued no ringleaders, and offered no clear evidence of decisive enforcement against the criminals. And there's a quote from him, from Fred Kapondi, who's a Mount Elgon MP, and he said, "It is very clear that you have all the solutions and all that remains is implementation. For instance, you know those that are funding the goons. By not flagging their names, you are perpetuating the problem." He went on to say yesterday, I don't know if you listened to those proceedings, but he said that the people who are suspected to have assaulted Vihiga Senator Godfrey Osotsi are on the run. All of them outside the country. Yeah. Yani, all of them are outside the country. Now, outside the country, is it here, Arusha? Is it Kampala? Is it Abu Dhabi? How then did you know? You've gathered adequate information to substantiate a claim that they're on the run outside of the country. If you know they're outside of the country, then you know where they are.
Sure.
So why can you not accost them?
You know, this really lies squarely at the feet of the interior CS. Remember that immediately that Osotsi was actually confronted with that ordeal in Kisumu 2 weeks ago. The political class was out guns blazing, and they were laying the blame to the interior PS, Raymond Omolo. But the CS came out, apportioned his PS of the blame, really defended him. But now he's coming out and saying that those who attacked the Senate of Vihiga, Godfrey Osotsi, are actually on the run. Not just on the run, but outside the country. How porous can our borders be that fellows who are captured on CCTV can sneak out of the country unnoticed? And then it's like the CS, in fact, he was specific with the number. It's not all of them. There are around 14 who have actually already sneaked out of the country.
14, right? 14 have sneaked out of the country. All right.
Remember, 2 weeks ago, we've seen Akina Babu, Mbakasi's MP. They were out. Of course, we can really quote them. They were saying that some of those goons who were captured on CCTV are actually hiding. Some of them were hiding in Nakuru. That's according to the political class. You know, maybe there's something they know that we don't. They were saying that they are hiding in Nakuru and that some leaders are actually facilitating their hiding.
Yeah.
Because you see, for goons, these are actually unemployed youth. For you to sustain yourself in the hideouts, you must have some loose cash. You must be liquid because you're operating from Kisumu, but you are hiding in far-flung areas. They were specific. Nakuru. Don't you think this is actually now a cat and mouse game? Because even the headline, playing clever.
Yep. You know, intelligence is an interesting thing because you have to ask. You gathered adequate information to then announce publicly. And this announcement was public. It was in Parliament yesterday, so it was public, that they are out of the country. How do you know that they're out of the country? You have been given some information. So what then stops you from apprehending these gentlemen, these suspects? What stops you from doing that? This is my question. To me, that's why I actually do agree with this headline, because you're playing clever. How in one instance do you tell us that people who are fueling tensions in the country, you're calling them warlords, you're calling them sponsors of crime, you're accusing the judiciary of leniency against gangsters, but then you know that these people are outside the country, but you're not doing anything. Okay, you've not told us that you've taken a further step to do anything to apprehend them. I don't understand. I don't.
It's quite interesting, and I write on that. Remember, he says that it's like, the parliamentary committee is actually quasi-judicial. It's actually, it wields the similar powers of a high court. And that's why whenever CSS and governors, whenever they snub these committees, they actually fine a minimum of 500,000 shillings. And remember, even governors who are willing to snub so that they could actually part with 500,000, because that's actually pocket change for governors. But remember, he went ahead and told the committee that this goonism is actually entrenched and mainstreamed even at county level. So with chief officers even being in charge of goonism. Remember that governors, right from NCS, he was saying that they have their own goons. It all depends with how deep your pockets run.
Everybody has goons.
So if you have shallow pockets, you will not have goons. And so you see, these goons are actually like a wind. They're actually just if today they are with Ndu, tomorrow I can be
goons for hire. I can do. I can hire me.
It's quite worrying, not just interesting. It's worrying.
It is worrying. Yeah. I'd like us to take a break, and then we'll come back and look at more headlines in the Standard and into other papers this morning. Let's take a quick one and look into weather and traffic for this Tuesday morning, and then we'll come back. All of that was just from the headline on the front page of the Standard. There's more after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, there's a promise of more rain in the country. We'll start off with Nairobi, where it is going to be a little bit sunny this morning. It's currently at 15. We'll see a high of 24. It's 13 and sunny into Nakuru, and we'll see a high of 25. 16 and cloudy into Njeri with a high of 23, and at 19 it is clear in Kisumu this morning, clear at 16 in Kakamega. Partly sunny at 25 into Mombasa, and Malindi is partly cloudy at 26. Looking into a partly sunny morning at 20 with a high of 27 in Marsabit, clear at 21. Looking into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 24. It's raining in Johannesburg at 14 degrees. We'll see highs of a high of 19. And it's 28 and partly cloudy into Lagos, while it's clear at 7 in London. It's partly sunny at 20 in Beijing. 8 degrees and light rain Tuesday night in New York. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see a high of 10 and a low of 8.
Chilled Spice. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, a busy morning. It's already looking like what it's chucking up to be. Coming off a Thika Superhighway, a little bit of traffic just as you come in from Githurai. Then as you get towards that Outer Ring Junction, heading out towards the city, it's free and clear until you get to Maranga Road. It's going to slow down just a little bit. As you get towards Pangani, then also at the Pangani Underpass is where we have a lot of movement this morning, and then some traffic caused as a result of that. Folks haven't really gotten up beyond that. There is some traffic that's coming in off of James Gishuru, and it's going to come off of Waiaki Way as well. But again, for now, not too bad. It looks very good coming off of Ngong Road. Inbound traffic starting to pack up as you get to that junction coming in from the beginning of Ngong Road. Southern Bypass looks good. It also looks good on Mombasa Road, heading out towards the city. Keeping an eye on all of this morning, and let's see what it turns out to be. Talk to us. Keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Feeling unwell? Do not search your symptoms. Find a trusted healthcare provider near you. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood. Our conveniently located clinics offer specialist clinics, diagnostics, and pharmacy services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. See your cardiologist, pediatrician, gynecologist, family physician, surgeon, diabetologist, gastroenterologist, neurologist, pulmonologist, among other consultants near your home. For families along Mombasa Road, we've got you with medical centers at the following locations: Capital Center Mall, Imara Shopping Mall, Syokimau, Machakos Town. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care, here and now.
School is out and the fun is in. Feast your eyes and your kids' hearts on a feast like no other with StarTimes. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 full month. Turn your home into a world of adventure with Bluey on CBeebies, playful giggles on Baby TV and Jim Jam, learning that feels like play on Mindset Learn, non-stop action with the Batman on Toonami and the Powerpuff Girls on Boing, endless fun with SpongeBob on ST Kids, and thrilling wins with Super Strikers on ST Tunes. Unlock your upgrade today. Simply renew your subscription on your current bouquet and we'll automatically move you to the next high bouquet for 30 days. Dial *858# or call us on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Download the StarTimes on app to take the fun wherever you go. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
23 minutes to 7 o'clock. If you're just tuning in, we're looking into the papers. Ndu and Allan Ochanda with you this morning. And we just started on the front page of the Standard. Let's look into some of the inner pages. No one claims credit for flopped Gen Z opposition-backed protests. Okay, that's an interesting headline. So it didn't really the Mandamano didn't really happen yesterday. There were no protests. Nobody's saying whether they were or were not behind them. And that nobody's taking responsibility. Just a few, there was some, minimal skirmishes in the city. But beyond that, there was no protest, really.
There were no protests. Remember that, unlike in 2024, remember that these protests, unlike the Raila days, the late Raila days, when they will be mobilized on political platforms, we've seen now protests really changing and mutating. They've actually now changed, like being mobilized on social media. But this one, it was due to the hiked fuel costs. Unlike in 2024, when Gen Zs were enraged because of the whole of the country was actually enraged, but now the Gen Zs were converging on social media in 2024 because of the contentious finance bill 2024, which actually led to a near close down of the country and triggered the dissolving of the cabinet, some radical changes by the president. And it was termed by, I remember Dismas Mokua termed it as a good crisis for the president.
Yeah.
But it appears like, according to Mokua, I talked to him last week and some other political observers, they say the president never took advantage of the quote-unquote good crisis. But back to yesterday, there were pockets of protesters in town.
Yeah.
They were actually being subdued, like you could tell the ratio of police to protesters for the first time. It was actually more. you could actually find like 10 policemen, maybe just surrounding 3 protesters. And I wonder why will they actually mop up such lean numbers? They were actually just expressing themselves, enshrined in the constitution. It's a right for them. But they were actually mopped up. And some of them actually spending the night behind bars.
Yeah.
They'll be arraigned today.
Yeah.
But remember that a day before yesterday, the opposition, the DCP party leader, Rigathi Gachagua, was on record pouring cold water on the flames he had fanned, flames of demonstrations. He poured cold water on them. The same day, activist Boniface Mwangi really distanced himself from those protests.
Yeah.
And also, the mobilization by the Gen Zs had actually fizzled out. But also, key to note is that the Linda Mwananchi, they're also opposition. They speak the same language with the United Opposition. But while in Nakuru on Sunday, they said they'll make the country ungovernable on 24th, 25th, and 26th of June. Maybe they are commemorating,
of course,
2024.
Absolutely.
Demonstrations.
Yeah.
So they are speaking from different fronts. They're actually not really they have not harnessed their ideas. Remember these destructive waters. Should they harness the waters, they could produce electricity. And so yesterday, not really a flop, but it was quite underwhelming.
Perhaps it wasn't planned properly. If it was planned.
It was, yeah.
If it was planned. Yeah. It just sounds like it wasn't planned.
Is it planning or mobilizing or... Is it the same?
Unfortunately, I think it doesn't take away from what is restive in the hearts of many Kenyans at the moment, whereby they're unsatisfied. And that's the thing, that if it was planned to fail from the very beginning, because you know what? If you fail to plan, then that is actually a deliberate plan to fail. Okay?
On the other side, remember that President William Ruto, in as much as they are saying that he never learned from the 2024 protests, I feel like he learned. Remember that last week on Tuesday, EPRA hiked those fuel prices. That's on Tuesday night.
Yes.
Wednesday, they revised downwards. Thursday, Parliament is actually passing the VAT amendment bill.
Yeah.
2026. That is Thursday. Friday, the president is assenting to that amendment bill, marking the reduction of VAT on petroleum products from 16% to 8%.
For 3 months.
For optics.
Yeah.
He should have deflated the momentum of the protests. And so yesterday, the rage was actually diffused. They were deflated. And so by Monday, maybe the opposition felt like
there's nothing to protest about here right now.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying. I think the frustration that Kenyans feel is still restive, that there will be another trigger. There will be something else. Stella Agara said yesterday that, she has 1,000% confidence that they will do something else that will frustrate Kenyans. She's confident 1,000% in the current administration that something else will happen. I thought that was interesting. Okay, so let's look at some other headlines. Parent sues IPOA for listing shot minor as dead. IPOA, man, it just seems like there's a lot of house cleaning that needs to be done over there at the authority. Murkomen shirks duty, blames politicians and courts for goons. Just like you said, you can find a goon here today, another goon tomorrow. It's like, I'm for hire. So, I've commercialized the thing. You need me, I'll work for you. But that doesn't mean I won't work for Nani tomorrow. He cannot pretend that he doesn't know this. He cannot pretend that he doesn't know who hires goons. He cannot pretend that he is unaware that they are actually up for hire. Because if he doesn't know, Ochanda, that there are goons for hire, if he doesn't know who hires them, guess what? He has no business being in this office.
That's our self-impeachment?
Yeah.
Because that's the primary role.
Yes.
The singular role.
His title includes internal security. His title as CS includes that. So if you saying that these things occur and you are unaware, yikes, that's like you say, it's an indictment on you. Like, okay, do you really know what's going on? I don't know. This is the way I see it. Teachers cry foul over weaker SHA cover, and they're saying that they're not going to teach come next week when schools open for term 2. All right, so that's what it kind of looks like in the Standard. There's more to come. Of course, we'll look into some of those stories in detail. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper this Wednesday morning. Also, you can get a copy of the e-paper and have that in your hands all the time. Want to look into The Nation? Go ahead. Nation?
Yeah, you are actually looking at The Nation, and the headline is also still nauseating.
Okay.
Still nauseating. That still roping in the CS Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, on a different matter.
Okay.
Still nauseating.
Okay.
CS, 2 MPs linked to 20 billion shillings land grab. This is actually a prime land in Karen, the popular Paradise Lost Recreational Center in Runda. It's actually in Runda, not Karen.
Yeah.
A court has been petitioned to order the anti-graft agency to investigate the trial on accusations of abetting and grabbing the 300 acres. Remember that how much an acre goes for in Runda, Karen, but we're talking about 300. So, this is actually the man in charge of Interior. Of course, he's not been indicted, but the sheer allegation. It's allegation on the nation, but on the Standard, he's been before. We actually quoting him verbatim on the Standard, but for the nation, this actually claims, and it's actually now being the owner of that land has actually petitioned the Anti-Graft Commission to ensure that maybe they investigate the trial. And these are powerful individuals. CS Interior, MP for Kapseret, Oscar Sudi, is not your ordinary MP. He's not your ordinary MP. He's been accused of being silent in the National Assembly, but he wields some more influence, more power. He's actually rubbing shoulders with the who is who in the society. Remember, not just in the society, but at the echelons of power. He's normally seen around President William Ruto. He's been his confidant for so long.
Yeah.
Remember the MP for Gatundu South, Kururia? He's been accused by the opposition wing. Remember that Mount Kenya slipped away from the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Yeah.
But he's been so close to the powers that be. So these are quite powerful individuals. If you look at this headline, it's now a trend, a pattern. Remember that we've seen cases of these prime properties. Remember Dari Business Center, owned by former CS Raphael Tuju. The case is still in court. I think it's coming up on 8th of next month when the courts will determine the way forward. Remember that Tuju, in the flexing of, I don't know if it's to call them goons, but on Monday, he stormed that property. Monday or Sunday morning, he stormed that property with a group of youth claiming ownership. It's a matter before court.
Yeah.
And so there's a worrying trend, worrying pattern, where prime property in affluent areas is sort of being targeted. And so those who stand accused, those who should be offering us security and safety. That's actually the headline.
On the Standard. On the Nation, rather.
Yeah, of the Nation, yeah. Look at page 2 of Nation, another woman nurses acid attack injuries. Remember that these are cases that this is actually the second case. The first one happened like 3 weeks ago to 1 month ago, where a jilted lover allegedly hired someone, a friend.
Goons.
In this case, I don't think it's a goon.
Yeah.
This is somebody who shared in his misery.
Yeah.
It's alleged that he sponsored his girlfriend. Yet this guy was married. Remember, he was married, legally married. He's sponsoring another lady's education, with the promise that they'll get married. And so that lady eventually feels no.
Oldest trick in the book, ladies. Oldest trick in the book. He will not leave his wife for you. I'm telling you now. But anyway.
Yeah, those are some of the stories that stand out. Remember that on page 3 is the hurdle stands 4.4 million hurdle stands between top KCSE student and US varsity. Those are usually some of the issues that bedevil the society. You know, this is somebody who thinks that they can incubate their future, academic future in the US, maybe in a far away land. But some cash stands between him and his fate. Yeah, those are some of the stories that stand out. But also Murkomen features on, the story of Murkomen now is actually now captured on page 4.
Yeah. Land grab. That's a big amount of money there.
Yeah, sure.
Let's look on the front page of the Star. Gachagua Kalonzo missing as police arrest protesters. Missing. I don't know that they said they were going to attend the protest, but a protest did not take place yesterday. That's very clear at this point.
It never.
It didn't take place. I think even by 1 p.m. it was clear that this was not happening. For whatever reason, if people were not out on the street protesting, there's still a protest that goes on in the hearts of people. Opposition chiefs keep safe distance, leaving young generals to face the music. Of course, and this is another publication that's highlighting the role of CS Murkomen. He's alleging governors are running goon departments. Okay, interesting. Did you know that there's been a census of dogs and that there are 7 million dogs roaming towns and villages? There's a census that have been taken for canines. Just interesting. That an alarm as new census puts a number of dogs in Kenya at 7 million. Those are the ones that are roaming around cities. I'm just interested.
And maybe most of them may not be vaccinated, causing a health danger.
A health risk.
Because these are actually stray dogs.
Yeah, so somebody actually went around counting okay, this is interesting.
It happens, like even in the estates.
Yeah.
Some of the serious estates, some of the serious estates are they're actually very particular on what pet to keep.
To keep, very true. Yeah.
And so if you're actually found with these are sort of stray dogs that are not actually vaccinated, let me tell you one thing though. The moment you're a dog owner, it's not vaccinated, and it bites someone, that's when you'll realize how serious it is.
Yeah.
Because it's your sole responsibility
You pay
to ensure that these dogs are actually vaccinated.
Yeah.
And so they end up in the streets. They're actually stray dogs. They're actually posing danger, not just to human beings, but also you remember that whenever these are chihuahuas actually on the streets, these stray dogs actually baying for their blood. I think they look so foreign to them. They look like cool kids.
Exactly.
The poodle dogs. So the mongrels actually are after the poodle dogs.
Yeah. Okay. So we're also being told here that the poll agency plans foolproof network for 2027 election. All right, that's comforting. IBC has said that there will be no problem. Come the election, it's going to be watertight. Ruto to pit tent in Murang'a as battle for Mount Kenya rages. I think this is very interesting because one person who's been going after a lot of the issues that have come up, whether it's divestiture of KPC or Safaricom or what exactly is going on with sale of certain companies, happens to have been a former long-time friend of his in the name of the Member of Parliament for Kiharu constituency. This is in Murang'a County. Now, the question is, what will those optics look like? I know that there have been many a thing saying that, it's very possible that the MP for Kiharu is still on the side of William Ruto, the president, but that he's just pointing out things to maybe switch people's minds or thinking, and that really is not the case. But I thought, and I thought about the things that he's been saying, and that they've been based on research, they've been based on facts. And could it really be a smokescreen for something else? Why am I saying this? That the optics are going to be very interesting when he does pitch tent in Murang'a, because Kiharu stands out. And also in terms of what has been happening with the county governance, in terms of how development has actually been happening and happening very well in Murang'a. To whose credit does that go? So that he's decided to pitch tent here, I think is very interesting. While that's also going on, people are going to Kisumu and Vihiga over the weekend. Yes, Ochanda?
If speaking of Kiharu and Pindi Nyoro, remember the former DP Rigathi Gachagua has been so particular in pointing out kuna tuwili baro imulima tuwili baro. You know what it means? He says that we have President Ruto's Trojan horses in Mount Kenya, disguised as opposition.
As opposition.
Remember when Moses Kuria was leaving the government? He appeared on social media like sort of castigating the government, calling it out. But Rigathi stood his ground and said, no, wewe ni kawilbaro. He said, kuna tuwilbaro twa green huku. Not yellow wheelbarrows. He was so particular. He's uncomfortable with Ndindi Nyoro. He's uncomfortable with Moses Kuria and some other fellows from Mount Kenya who were Ruto's men, but now appear to be on the other side. Ndindi Nyoro is so solid, matters economy. It's actually based on facts. He does his research.
Yes, he does.
Also remember, he has turned Kiharu constituency into sort of a model constituency. It's sort of a benchmark. But he stands accused of having misappropriated. The funds are not really misappropriated, but apportioned more funds to Kiharu constituency when he was serving as the chairman of the budget
and
committee.
Appropriations Committee.
So, of course, this is actually from the political class who've actually been accusing him. As late as last week, the Secretary General for UDA, Hassan Omar, went on record saying that Ndini Nyoro cannot become clever all of a sudden. But you see, also key to note is that how is it that Ndini Nyoro, who is castigating the government but really buying stakes in these state corporations, he has so much goodwill. The goodwill is so suspect.
I hear you saying, Ochanda, that it's very possible that although he may be outspoken in certain areas, that he's actually still going to do the bidding for UDA and President William Ruto. Don't be surprised, is what they're saying. What you're saying. Don't hold these things to heart, because who you see might... It could just... Look, the more things change, the more they remain the same. So, guys, in the next 3 months... things are going to happen that you will wonder where you are. That's just the nature of politics. And in any country, by the way, that things will change and you wonder, wait a minute, I thought this person... I
thought I knew.
Yeah. There'll be many of those. So just prepare yourselves for that, because you don't know.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. Also, the governor from Mombasa might have a little bit of an issue with this story, as carried in the Star. Potholes, floods, nightmare in Mombasa. That's page 10 of the Star. And the pictures there tell the story, where there's more water than dry land on the roads. So that doesn't look too interesting.
They're not even potholes.
Yeah, they're craters.
Those look like manholes.
Yeah, in the road. So I don't know what you need to do about that, Governor Abdul Samad. But this is talking about your city. Drought pushes Tana River into modern dairy farming, and that you can actually make a good comeback from some of these poor situations. That's what it kind of looks like across the dailies today. The Business Daily talks about multinationals start wiring 42 billion shillings of NSC dividends. Yikes. Vodacom sets the pace with 13.6 billion Safaricom Pay. Shareholders return to conglomerates jump 11.7%. Borrowers face fresh checks before digital loom limit rises. Thank you, JB. Also, we then will look at a particular story as we get to the top of the hour. This is carried in the Standard today, and it's just highlighting this story before we have the conversation moving forward on another Justice Thursday. An advocate is in the dock over theft of clients' funds and forging bank accounts. The person you go to represent you actually ends up being the one who shafts you. Paul Kimani Mwangi, an advocate who, according to his prosecution, last renewed his practicing certificate in 2023, has been charged with stealing from a client and forging bank documents. He appeared before Makadara Resident Magistrate Wandia Nyamu on the 20th of April and pleaded not guilty to the charges. According to the documents, Mwangi stole 7.59 million shillings from Joseph Kimani Mushiri, a land buyer, on diverse dates between June 13th, 2023 and March 4th, 2025. He's charged with forging a document on October 11th, 2024. Mwangi is alleged to have forged 2 fake KCB bank credit advice slips for Kenya Revenue Authority domestic tax payment, each amounting to 800,000 shillings. The documents purported to show income tax collection on behalf of Mushiri, the buyer of 2 parcels of land located in Nairobi. Court documents indicate that between June 13th, 2023 and March 4th, 2025, Mushiri transferred a total of 38.59 million shillings to the account of Paul Kimani Mwangi and co-advocates as payment for the said parcels of land. Basically, what happened here is that the lawyer stole from the client, and the client was none the wiser, as all of his transactions essentially were shot to hell. Now he's before the docks, where the hunter becomes the hunted. Those are the things that are happening. Take a copy and see what's going on in your world, even as we get into conversations around some of them. We're clicking on 7 o'clock this morning. We're getting into conversations, and we're going to start with these alignments, these political appointments. What do they mean, and are they to the detriment of society? We'll talk. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Tanzania has dismissed remarks by President William Ruto in which he claimed Kenya has a larger network of tarmac roads than all in East African neighbors combined, terming the statements false. Speaking during a church service over the weekend, President Ruto said Kenya has about 20,000 kilometers of tarmac roads with a further 6,000 kilometers under construction. He also claimed that Kenya is the only middle-income country in the region and that its roads network exceeds the combined road infrastructure of its regional peers. Ruto made the remarks while trying to justify Kenya's higher fuel prices compared to its neighbors.
If you add the number of kilometers in Uganda, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, it is not 20,000 kilometers. Yeah? So the 20,000 kilometers we have in Kenya is more than all the tarmac in all the other 7 countries in EAC. That is what we are maintaining. Number 2, the 6,000 kilometers we are constructing at the moment in Kenya is equivalent to all the tarmacs in our neighboring country, which has been built for 60 years. That's many.
However, Tanzania's Works Minister Abdallah Ulega has dismissed the claims as misleading and demeaning to the nation led by President Samia Suluhu.
Ni lazima ifahamike, Tanzania pia ni nchi ya uchumi wa kati wa chini. Na katika East Africa tuko wawili tu, sisi na jirani zetu hapa wa Kenya. La pili, Tanzania ina jumla ya barabara za lami, yani tarmac road, 16,000 kilometers. Hizo ni mijini na vijijini. Na wapo majirani zetu, wao wana mtandao wa barabara 6,100 kilometers. Kwa hivyo ukichukua za Tanzania 16,000 ukajumlisha na zile za wale majirani zetu unapata 22,000 plus. Kwa hivyo zile takwimu za kutudogosha za kwamba sisi sote katika Afrika ya Mashariki combined hatuwezi kufikia 20,000 si kweli.
It should be noted that the World Bank lists Kenya as the largest economy in East Africa with a GDP of about $120 billion in 2024 compared to Tanzania's $78.8 billion. Kenya leads in financial services and technology, while Tanzania leads with high growth rates and rapid development in the agricultural sector. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has said it will not extend the deadline for registering new voters, urging Kenyans to continue to turn out in large numbers in the 1 week remaining before the end of the national registration period. IBC Commissioner Nur Hassan made the announcement in Meru, where he noted that there is not enough budget to extend the deadline. However, IBC commissioners have lamented the delay in issuing national ID cards to citizens, saying the challenge has deterred many young people from registering.
Register themselves. We have brought kits very close, registration centers very close to them. They are being done in constituency offices. They are being done at Huduma centers. So an opportunity has been availed for everybody. I'm appealing to the people of Meru County to come out and register in large numbers these few days remaining so that they can meet their targets.
Hatukosi changamoto hapa na pale. Mojawapo ni kuwa kuna wale walijiandikisha kuchukua vitambulisho. Tunapata hizo vitambulisho bado zingine hazijafika. Hilo ni tatizo kubwa sana kwa wale ambao wanategemea hizi siku 7 zinabaki. Lakini pia kuna zile vitambulisho ambazo zimelala kwa NRB, kwa watu wa vitambulisho ambazo vijana hawaja kuja kuchukua.
And moving on is that for his part, IBC Chairman Erastus Ethekon is satisfied with the number of people turning up to register so far, saying that the IBC is currently not facing any challenges.
Tumefika hapa eneo ya Turkana County kama tume uhuru ya mipaka na uchaguzi kuja kuhamasisha wananchi wote ambao wamehitimu, ambao wenye wako na ID card, ili waweze kuja kujisajili kabla tujafunga hii exercise ya mass voter registration. Countrywide we have registered more than 1.4 million within about 3 weeks. and that the figures are very encouraging. And for Turkana in particular, we are currently at about 47,000, which is encouraging, and Turkana is so far leading in the Rift Valley region and is among the top 10 counties that are registering.
That's the Newswire. I'm La Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just came from Dubai and he found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, and we're glad that you're joining us this morning as we get into a number of conversations. And I know it's a thing that's been rubbing everybody the wrong way in terms of what happens, but it's another situation that we can then use to highlight what might be behind a lot of these decisions that lead towards the development or take away from the development of certain things, whether it's at the county level or it's at the national level. What am I talking about? Well, we're looking at the area of political appointments, what exactly they mean, if they have any kind of detriment to them. We're getting into that this morning. Hosting with me is Allan Ochanda, who's a political reporter with KTN, and he joins us this morning to then be able to do that. Our guests in the hot seat are no strangers to the Situation Room, but of course today then sheds new light on certain issues, and that's why it's important for us to have these conversations. Dr. Martin Oloo, advocate, political analyst, joins us this morning. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning, Ndu, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here this morning. And he's in royal blue. Dr. Luchetu Likaka is a governance and security consultant. Good morning, Your Excellency.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Nice to be here.
Good to have you here. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
It was just interesting listening to you gentlemen talk about how you knew each other, when you knew each other, and how all of these things began. So it was just interesting to be a fly on the wall in that conversation. But again, thank you for being here. We're looking into some of these things, the politics of appointments and where the line should actually be drawn. We'll get into that a little bit. But as you know, we started off with our proverb today. And this week, our proverbs come from one of the oldest civilizations that is now modern-day Egypt. Again, a mix of cosmopolitan and still very traditional, but then brings about one of the most interesting communities, societies that we know about today. And just still many things happening. And some of the things that we use today that we didn't know actually originated from this space that is called Egypt. This is what the proverb is today. We'd love to hear from you, gentlemen. Stretch your legs as far as your blanket extends. Stretch your legs as far as your blanket extends. We'll start with you, Dr. Likaka.
Thank you. I think you need to exercise your willpower or use of knowledge or skill to the extent that it can actually be able to serve you. Yeah.
Dr. Oloo.
Well, they say that you cut your cloth according to your size. So if you want the warmth of a blanket, just make sure that you curl yourself well enough within it. So being realistic about life.
Indeed.
Yeah.
This is the nice thing about having analysts in the room. Things just sometimes get clearer, isn't it? Okay, so maybe you can clarify for us, or at least speak with some clarity about some of the things that we see. Political appointments happen. Political appointments it shouldn't come as a surprise, especially when somebody who has been in the running for something and those who have supported them then are awarded whether it's a position or, anything really. Those are tools that are often used to extend the politics of a situation. But where does it become, or where does it then step out of the lines of reason, if it does? And of course, we will not run away from naming what we are talking about today. That on the board of a hospital in Nairobi, a gentleman has been appointed to serve on the board. I need to find out what his name is, his name on his ID, his government name, but we know that he's called Gaucho. Calvin's, that is his name. His name is Gaucho, and he has been appointed by the governor of Nairobi to serve on the board. We'll start again with you, Dr. Likaka. When do such things step outside of the realm of reason, or are we making a hullabaloo over nothing?
Thank you so much. I think before we come to the appointments, we need to see how do we get our leaders. Once we get our leaders, the leaders have a leverage in terms of rewarding loyalty and also bringing in competence for purpose of service delivery. The situation we are facing today, for me, I would want to ask a simple question. Why is even Calvin's Okoth a concern today? It shouldn't be a concern at all. Because if we look at the kind of leaders we have, then he's just a representation of who we are as a society. And these leaders actually reward us based on what we have actually given them. Therefore, nobody should come out and say he is not qualified or he has only an ID and therefore he's actually on that board. Because there are many parameters that a leader will have in terms of who do you appoint, looking at the competence or looking at the loyalty. In this case, we have a scenario where he has been a leader of Bunga la Mwananchi or whatever he has been leading on the ground, and he has been a loyal supporter of ODM. If that befits him to be appointed there, personally I have no problem, because there are bigger issues that we can look at. He's just but one. We need to look at that act. What does it provide for? He is not the only one we can actually find in terms of qualification. He may not have the medical background or anything around there. But then how a body is constituted, for example, it will bring in different faces and different qualifications, and that, to me, it shouldn't be something raising concern. Our concern should be the kind of leaders we actually elect or put in office that end up now giving us such kind of people. Because today as we speak, how many fake documents do we have within government? How many government employees have got fake papers?
They said, I think the last count was 52,000.
That's a concern.
Yeah.
How many of these leaders do have fake papers? How many have PhDs and they cannot tell us who their classmates were? You know, this should be a big picture that we should actually be asking ourselves before we concern ourselves with such a small man. Because he does not need a medical background or any specialty to sit there. He could even be presenting those from wherever level that he understands, and he can actually play a certain role in that point. Because there's an element I'm seeing Kenyans quite feeling entitled, that therefore if you have gone or you've seen the four walls of a classroom, you should be the one to be appointed. No. Let's look at the provisions within the Constitution, and let's look at how we can actually balance the same for purpose of delivering the country or transforming the country. Our concern should be, if we appointed the right leaders or elected the right leaders, then Kauche will not have been appointed.
So, Prof.
Yes.
Dr. Likaka, maybe it's resonating with the sentiment that I was sharing with Ochanda earlier, and I was like, why are we actually surprised? Why is everybody in a spot of bother over this thing? That should we be surprised? It shouldn't actually surprise us that this is happening based on previous activities. It shouldn't come as a surprise. So if you have elected the right person across board, then you wouldn't have to be worried about subsequent action that they would then take. So does it go back to the very genesis of the political decision by Kenyans in the first place?
And thanks for having this conversation. Let me situate it from a constitutional perspective. Any Kenyan, including Gaucho and Oscar Sudi, have a right, and have rights that you cannot take away from them if they are seeking to represent or seeking to serve. And if Oscar Sudi is a member of parliament and we don't even know where he went to school, what is wrong? And Gaucho was also cleared to run for member of parliament. So when you look at it in that scheme, we are talking about it's a non-issue here, because as a Kenyan, as a leader of Bunge la Mwananchi, he seems to have a constituency that any politician will want to draw on. So when Governor Sakaja decides to put him in Mama Lucy, it is not just a strategic choice for Governor Sakaja, but it's also a political choice. For example, who are the clients that actually go to Mama Lucy, and what kind of fellows are they? Mama Lucy is one of the biggest hospitals in this country today. It receives about 1,000 outpatients per day. And those people are what you would say they are the base of the society. So really, if Gaucho is sitting there on that board, isn't that the right person to be there and to think for them and perhaps resonate with them, perhaps understand what their needs are? So really, he's not misplaced.
So what rubs people the wrong way then?
Sorry?
What rubs people the wrong way? Because
it wasn't.
There are appointments happen every day in this country. Every day. But this one, people said, hang on a minute. There's something wrong here. It seems like the board of a hospital should be some hallowed place reserved for people whose shadows have darkened the walls of some medical institution.
Actually, a board of a hospital does not need medics. Medics should be in the wards, should be in the triads. Medics should be on the forefront treating people. A board simply needs a combination of interests. Anybody sitting on a board is a shareholder, an ordinary shareholder of breweries can sit on the board of breweries.
Did you say brewery? Okay.
Yeah, brewery. Any shareholder, any ordinary person can be elected. So you don't tell me that you need to a brewer or need to be a specialist. All you need is to have a representation. Now, Gaucho comes with an interest. He represents a constituency. He has youth with him. He has mobilization skills. And he has also what in political currency is Gunism. Now, with that kind of person, really, you have what it takes for, Sakaja has decided to make a fairly good political strategic appointment. And with Gaucho, he scores. So rather than people crying they should be actually saying, hey, wait a minute, this guy must be thinking. I remember his ODM. Sakaja is not ODM. Most MCS in Nairobi are ODM, and the people who are giving Sakaja the hardest time in the county assembly are ODM members. So is he telling you that with Gaucho there, he might just be able to mobilize a few things? So yeah, in terms of a political appointment, it's a very good appointment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doctor, let me give a ride on Ndu's question.
Yeah.
And what your good name? Luchetu from my backyard. Yeah. Doctor, and you're looking at these are discourse. These are an ecosystem. You saying that Gaucho comes with is it a cocktail or a concoction? They are different. Cocktail could be better. Sweet. Concoction could be
medicinal.
Yeah. But let me pause this way. Remember last year when Governor Sakaja appeared on before the Public Accounts Committee, he was put to task with mishap of expertise. You get somebody did theology, is in a very sensitive docket. Somebody did is a library, did information science. That's actually basically library, records keeping. Is in the firefighting, disaster management. This, don't you think this is an extension of the mishap of expertise? Remember that this is an ecosystem. When you are saying that he comes with an aspect of, when you say goonism, you are actually almost whispering. I don't know what you fear. But don't you think maybe Gaucho is not useless? It's very useful, especially in the political circles. We have more departments like garbage collection. We have a Nairobi River that is not as sensitive as Mama Lucy or such a medical facility. Don't you think, yes, it should have accommodated him? Because remember that before the late Raila passed on, Sakaja had actually become so close to him. Maybe he's now inheriting the orphans, accommodating them. Gaucho will get quality time at Capitol Hill with the late Raila Odinga. And so maybe to also do the same, Sakaja is coming in. We understand the politics of Nairobi. Gaucho vied for Korogocho, if I'm not wrong. Where Matach is now the MCA. Do you know Matach? Matach is more vicious than Gaucho. Matach is called Matach Mobimba. He's the MC for Korogocho. He's accommodating all of them. But do you think he should have maybe placed him in a less sensitive docket?
I've actually just told you that Mama Lucy could be the best place for Gaucho because this is the place that receives about 1,000 outpatients every day, and these are from those slums and so on. So it's a very busy place. So you need a person who can get the feel of what's happening and who can actually make sure that those people who would otherwise not have access to services get the services. So if Gaucho plays his role well, this could also propel his political interests, if you ask me. So it's a win-win for both Gaucho and Governor Sakaja here. But the point really that I want to say is that we sometimes behave as if we don't live in this country. In this country, people are not appointed for professional competence. No. We are appointed because of interest. We are appointed because of patronage and because of clientelism. That when I give you a job, I'm expecting, you are either expecting a reward, which is where Dr. started from, or I'm expecting an input from you. So we don't give you to go and serve. We give you because we are seeing an extension of our interests. So whether you're looking at the cabinet of Kenya today, whether you're looking at boards and parastatal boards in this country today, whether you're looking at the composition in terms of ethnic composition and others, we are putting people because we believe, A, it's our turn to eat, B, we have a constituency to sort out, and C, we have a political game to play.
And while that is the case, I think then as we open and zoom out of this, what bothers me then is that these boards, which have vital, critical work to do, whether it is Mama Lucy, whether it is another board, whether it is directorship of another department, they have critical, important roles that they are meant to fulfill. How can you ensure that these roles are fulfilled if the positions are being used as political ammunition? And I think that could be the bigger question here. that there's work to be done in the development of the country, that there are things and processes that need to happen on a daily basis. Now, if I'm appointing somebody politically for the loyalty that they've shown to me or shown to my political positioning, how can I ensure that the greater responsibility that has been placed on some of these directorships and these boards is actually being fulfilled, whereas my intention was not that. My intention was to award loyalty. How can we then ensure that the work is going to be done?
Thank you. You know, I started from that perspective where I'm looking at the big picture. Let's look at the Constitution. Within the preamble, talks about us exercising our alienable right that we can actually determine the leadership that we need to have as a people. Now, I'll take you back to history. During the transition, when we are actually glamoring for 2010 Constitution, we were looking for meritocracy, corrupt-free leaders that can actually transform this country, and we haven't gotten there. Why? Because what we envisaged in the Constitution has not been fully, the spirit and the letter of the Constitution is not being adhered to. And that's where we lose it. If you remember, around 2022 campaigns, people are saying, we want that thief. He is ours. So why will you complain when the thief gets inside and makes those decisions? Same concerns. We had even concerns around papers of some of these leaders. But we did not solve that problem. So Kenyans should actually stop complaining because they easily forget and they're very gullible. That's why they find it very easy to complain, but they should have made the right decision earlier by ensuring that they get the right leaders. Kenya actually suffers from a leadership deficit. The hope that we had in 2002, which we lost in 2007, we have never regained up to today. That transition has never come. We tried to get there. Gen Z were trying in 2024 to bring that change. Again, you know how their vehicle was deflated. So that's why we should not be talking about these matters of where are we drawing the line if we really don't get the common mwananchi to understand the civic duty that you need to elect the right leaders and then hold those leaders accountable. That's where we draw the line. Because even today, look at the qualification of members of parliament. We even have very good professors there. Do they behave like professors in the house? Have they changed anything in this country? That's where the concern comes from. Look at the number of MCS, their qualification. Are they able to hold the governors accountable? Why are we having a problem between the Senate and the governors? These are issues that goes back to the common mwananchi, that you have to take a role in terms of holding leaders accountable. If the mwananchi was doing that, they'll not have a problem with that kind of appointment. But then, of course, there's this crop of Kenyans that believe if you have seen the four walls of a classroom, then you deserve to get such kind of appointment. Or maybe you are not so much educated, you should not have a position in terms of leadership. But those are the very people protected by the Constitution, which brings in everybody and trying to bring in a balance. Our concern should be, how do we enhance accountability for our leaders? If we do that, then today we can even still hold accountable that board to see what changes are they going to make. By then you may be surprised that during his tenure, Mama Lucy may actually even perform better. But then you look at other different sectors, just the same concern. Look at medical negligence. How many cases do we have across of medical negligence? What went wrong? Look at academia. What challenges do we face within that? So there's something that we need to address in terms of our leadership and governance and accountability for the services so that we deliver as opposed to rewarding loyalty.
Daktari.
Yes.
And, now that we gave unto ourselves leaders who maybe fall below our expectations, should we leave them unchecked because yes, everybody is useful in the society. Should we leave them unchecked? And maybe just because I remember during the Uhuru Kenyatta era, Pauline Njoroge was appointed to the tourism board. But her previous post on, I think, on the Nairobi National Park, it actually made her lose that position. A simple post, your view. These are view. She's learned, she's exposed, she's polished. But because of her view...
I think she's campaigning to be women rep in Nairobi.
Yes. Comparatively, Pauline is ahead, but she lost that position. Again, Mama Lucy is too sensitive. Should we leave them unchecked just because we are the ones who elected these leaders?
you know, Allan, let's be realistic. There's nothing too sensitive about Mama Lucy. It's just a hospital like any other hospital in this country. What you have is a board that has been put in place. And now we should be looking at the total composition of that board rather than Gaucho alone. Gaucho is going to be one person, but the board is going to make decisions as a corporate body. For the first time, Mama Lucy has a medical doctor as a chair of that board. You don't know the last chair of that board. She was called Sakaja. She was a lady called Susan Sakaja. She was dramatic and fairly not competent, if you asked me. Yes, and at least for Mama Lucy, this change might just be good for Mama Lucy, because at least there is a composition of a board that could appear like it could work together. So when we focus on Gaucho as if he's the chairman, he's not the chairman. As if he's going to be the most crucial member, no, it's just going to be any other member. Now that's the first thing. The second thing is, remember the preamble of the Constitution says, we the people of Kenya. Now, it does not categorize what kind of, people we are. It does not even say that we, the educated people of Kenya, we, the elite of Kenya. It doesn't say that. It says we, the people. So, when I look at that preamble, even Gaucho is there, and so are others. And if any of these Kenyans, and remember they are saying that we the people are the ones who are giving power to these other people. I forget about that other power that people are looking for. It's the Kenyans that are giving this. If one of those Kenyans is Gaucho, then you can't isolate him and look at him as if he is the problem when you go to Mama Lucy. So I want to tell Kenyans that on this one, we're missing it. This guy is actually a Kenyan, perhaps a fairly interesting Kenyan, because he chairs, or he's the president of Bunge la Wananchi. He seems to have a voice. And if you look at this guy's history, from his childhood and how he got into this Nairobi and how he's made it where he is, my friend, there's something entrepreneurial about this guy. So let us actually hope that in his tenure in Mama Lucy, perhaps we might see something different. Remember, he's been very vocal. He is vocal. He speaks out. He calls out. He actually calls out leaders to be accountable and so on. He might just do the same in Mama Lucy, and Mama Lucy might be better. So let's not focus on his past, focus on his education. There are so many people in this country that do not have an education to talk about, who are serving the country fairly well. So let's not be worried about education.
Again, if we can come from an umbrella point of this conversation, that how Kenyans or how anybody makes decisions about their leaders perhaps ought to be the direction in which we are focusing on. Because a year from now, critical decisions, again, will be made at the ballot in terms of who comes in for positions of leadership. We cannot run away from optics of things. It's so important about how things look, that when you talk about a selection that has been made from where you sit, and it can be philosophical, it can be academic, but did the governor actually make this appointment because he feels what you feel, Prof? That he actually feels that there can be some contribution of this gentleman to the board? Or was it a political appointment because he knows the constituency and the power of the constituency that this man carries? We can't run away from that. And that he knows that rewarding somebody at some level will be of a greater reward unto himself in the very near future politically. Can we run away from those realities?
We can't.
And how we look at it coming into the next few months, Kenyans will be at the ballots again. Now, if you make a decision to bring somebody in who could make a further decision for purely selfish and political expedientiary decisions, are we safe? Are Kenyans safe?
Kenyans, you know, even the person who asked that question has since stopped asking the question. When Francis Atwoli asked, in whose hands we safe? I think he stopped asking that question. I think the first thing is that the safety of Kenyans is really beyond us. It's more of the God and his rulership. In other words, it is a combination of things that we can't sit here and say this appointment is very dangerous or this appointment is going to take us down a slippery slope. What I think we can say safely, and I think I want to get this right, because when I look at those appointments that Governor Sakaja has done, they are a political master scheme that he has sat there, he has looked at it. Of course, when you look at it from other angles, he might have missed a few things, and I've seen those noises in the social media. But on Gaucho, I think he's okay. I would do the same if I had a political position and I needed mobilization. I would get a mobilizer of that and then bring him in instead of giving him handouts. I tell him, now when you sit here, you know, there will be some allowance for you here, and from there you can walk around saying, you know, you are a director.
But isn't that the issue? That this has nothing to do with how a hospital will be run better, which should be the focus. And this is the thing that we're running away from. That we need to have better run institutions, that there needs to be a development agenda that's actually fulfilled. So when we look at this appointment to a hospital board, it is almost ludicrous that we are not focusing on how this medical institution will actually be run better. We are talking about the politics, and we are saying that, well, it's okay for him to have made a political appointment, but we're not looking at the bigger picture here, where, like you said, thousands of people, Kenyans, the same Kenyans that we're talking about, I don't even care about the social class. Thousands of people are going for a medical reason. They are going to seek medical attention. A political appointment is not going to ensure that this institution is run better. Dr. Likaka, should that not be the focus?
And, help me, Dr. Likaka, because this guy is not going to treat people.
But he's making the decisions. Actually, makes decisions about how the thing is going to be run.
I can buttress her point. He comes from Bunge la Mwananchi.
Yes.
You've never attended Bunge la Mwananchi. I've attended several meetings.
I attend a few. In my
at Jacaranda.
When I'm in my, not at Jacaranda, but in my streets, I do attend a few.
Yeah, I've gone to Jacaranda.
Yes.
There, it's actually the law of the jungle.
Yes.
There's a speaker, but there's no order. Your microphone will be snatched. Anytime you go against the motion, motion is just you come from you're actually an advocate of the High Court.
Yes.
There's a meme here. New data from KNBS indicates that the phrase "pia wewe usinilete" has a 66.5% success rate of escalating an argument to a fist fight. Those are some of the phrases that fly at Jacaranda. Okay. Don't you think Gaucho will bring harmony to the boardroom? Because, of course, if there is harmony in the boardroom, it will trickle down to the doctors. I feel like there will be intimidations. The Kenyans feel that there will be intimidations in the boardrooms that will be escalating down. And you see, when it does so, there will be a ripple effect. Daktari?
I think we are reading too much into this appointment on the basis of the fact that this guy is not a medic. He's not going to deal with patients. He's not a specialist. We just want governance, discussions. What are the issues on the table? What is the budget? How do we go about this? Who is delivering what? Policy level. That is what the board is doing. But I want to agree with Kenyans who are concerned on the basis of balancing loyalty and academic qualification or competence. But look at this competence. I want to take you back to history. How Kibaki aligned appointment of cabinet secretaries with academic qualification or expertise in that area and delivery of services. And you all know the truth on how the country changed. If the highest office in the land is not doing the same, what do you expect Governor Sakaja to do? he will basically do the same nonsense. Because the reality of the matter here is, if we want quality delivery of services, we appoint people with the right competence, we can question them. But then, we have already mentioned the rider in the Constitution that protects Kaujo's appointment. Let me focus much more on accountability and that which is required of leaders. Because once you appoint someone and they have the leverage to make decisions, then we are able to hold them accountable based on the structures that we have. Here, we have a scenario where people appointed do not align. And I want to give you a good example. We have a problem today with fuel. And look at how the CS is so clueless of anything within that sector. And here you're comfortable, Kenyans complaining about Kaujo. You'll want to look at education. Look at the quagmire we have in education. See how they are struggling with it. So these are simple examples to show, probably, that even as we struggle with this problem at the level that Sakaja has opened this Pandora's box, we should be thinking the big picture. And for me, I fold the so-called Kenyan middle class. They are very good keyboard warriors to actually raise these concerns left, right, and center. But as we speak even today, they have not collected that voters card. These are the very people who easily critique every other thing. But are they playing their role? If we have a problem, for example, with roads, I don't know who is the CS for roads today. The other day, we had a very good decision that we need to put CCTV on Southern Bypass and Northern Bypass because of accidents. How many accidents take place in those roads compared to the Nairobi-Nakuru or Nairobi-Mombasa road? Where is the competence? So these are the questions we should be asking ourselves. When we align competence and skills with specific service delivery, we'll feel it. The CEO of that hospital, those are medics. The chair is actually a medic. When they sit together, they make collective decisions. Everybody has got his own input. And I don't think Kaucho will bring his kind of comparative approach in terms of, I think even he's getting to a space where he'll actually be muscled. Now he has to sit in a forum where there's order, where there's you speak at one time, and then you're able to vote or make decision in the right way. What should be our concern today should be that as leaders, even as a country, we are facing that deficit of leadership. Because left, right, and center, you see, our leaders are actually our mirror. Why are we complaining? Because the way our leaders behave, it is the way we Kenyans behave. These days, we need sitting allowance for us to sit in a political meeting. Why will you campaign with 20 million to go for a job that will pay you 6 million? Where are you going to get the rest? They get the rest. It's because there's something totally wrong with our values. And if we don't address our values as a people, we will actually continue having this problem. Because even as we prepare, you can see they have already aligned themselves. If he's going to play the political role, next time he's going to contest and maybe support Governor Sakaja. So you actually expect that after 2027, they'll be more entrenched with more problems.
This is what I'm
and that's where we need to be careful about.
Okay, so Doctor, this is what I'm saying, that everything seems as though it serves as a means to an end. That if for some reason this gentleman was seen to be somebody who could actually profit the board over time in terms of the running of this institution, that perhaps it would have been done earlier. But the devil usually is in the detail. That it is pointing to how this gentleman and his constituency will aid in a possible re-election, will aid in the coalescing of numbers around an idea, and has actually nothing to do with the constitution of the board. And we see it as, a board, we see it as a board, appointment, but it actually is not that. It is the rewarding or direct placing of an individual somewhere for you to see that I am rewarding a possible coalescing of your constitution around the idea of me. Now, when we see it that way, perhaps we can understand then what Dr. Likaka is saying about how you make decisions going into the future. Because if you make a decision for somebody who is actually hell-bent on ensuring that the constitutionally mandated point of government securing the livelihoods of Kenyans is what is followed, then you will know I'm not going to have a problem with what this individual is going to do in the future.
You see, Ndu, and this is sometimes why we must always be alive to what happens in this country. At a national level, when the cabinet secretaries are appointing boards, people on boards, it's interests, not competence, that is allowing the kind of people that are going in there. Similarly, when governors at their level are making appointments, it's about interest.
It's very possible that Governor Sakaja doesn't believe for an iota of his his mind that Gaucho can actually do a proper job on that board. Probably it doesn't even come to his mind at all.
His interest is not about what Gaucho can do on the board, but what that appointment will do for his politics. And that is true of the president and his cabinet. It's true of governors and their appointments, and it's true of us in this country. There are many problems that we should be discussing, such as misalignment in the Ministry of Education, for example. Nothing there is happening. But we see we are looking at Gaucho. There are so many illiterate people who have gone to school. Forget about this person who we think is illiterate, but he could be better schooled in terms of just street smartness. So where Gaucho has reached, I would actually want to understand him more. I would want to make him a subject of study. In fact, from an academic perspective, I would like to see how his role and effectiveness will be 3 years down the line as a board member. Just so we know that it's not always about papers and so on. So there's something here that we should learn from. And it is a national problem. When we are dealing with this country, let's understand that a lot of our appointments are about interests, not about competence. Whether you are talking about even promotions in public service and so on, though we know the Constitution demands that we do things according to competence, merit, and so on, we know for a fact their cabinet was supposed to be a technical cabinet. They were supposed to be competent people. The last attempt was the first appointment that Uhuru Kenyatta did. After that, it's just been anything goes. So because of that, let's not beat this Gaucho's appointment so hard. In fact, let's now make it a subject of study.
Just an interjection here.
Yeah.
You know, you are an advocate of the High Court.
Yes.
You litigate, you debate.
Yes.
These are two. You may get an advocate who is good at litigating, he cannot debate.
Yes.
Or is majored in debating, but litigating is falling below the bar. You're talking about Gaucho's appointment. If I'm getting you right, you're saying that Sakaja is not looking at his merit in terms of boardroom harmony, but looking at balancing the delicate political card. But on the flip side, I remember there's a time Gaucho was given money, I don't know, during the Azimio days, formative days of the Azimio, he was accused of misappropriating by his fellow Bunge la Mwananchi members. He was declared persona non grata. Those grounds. He had to come back with some emissaries, come back and explain. He bought off some people, of course, his members. I know them by name. Akina Moshi 1 hour, Songa, Usiku wa Manane. They have funny monikers. No, we live in this society. We live in this society. Yeah. We have to go there. Yeah. You know, for you, Doctor, when you go there, first, they know that bus, Mdosi Amefika. For me, if I just put on my Manchester United t-shirt and a funny cap, I'll be part of them. They told me one. Don't you think that how many of Bunge la Mwananchi can Gaucho accommodate? Because you see, he's representing some political interest. So technically, he should accommodate some of them, if not all of them. And that's why I go back to my first question. He's not useless. Why can't he be put in a department? We have 17 constituencies in Nairobi. Firefighting, garbage collection is actually happening in all the constituencies. If Gaucho is actually in one of those departments, they represent the whole of Nairobi. All the interest. Those are more than the 1,000 patients you're talking about in Mama Lucy. Millions of the residents of Nairobi. He'll reach them out to all of them. He will have members of the Bunge la Mwananchi in all those constituencies. They will be representing the interest of the appointing authority. Don't you think? He's not useless, but not
Not no, and I want to make it clear for you that actually he is in the right place, because there is something called the facility management fund. That the monies that the hospitals make, some of it is retained in the hospital, so that it's not all taken to the county treasury. Now that is in Mama Lucy, that even if, I've told you there's 1,000 people who go there, even if they're paying 50 bob, there's a lot of money that's going to be generated there. And so you need a gaucho there to help you to meet out some of the community needs around that hospital, just on some of those local resources. I want to submit to us that some of the things we are talking about are not practical in this country. For example, Gaucho is not there for good governance. Please, let's not cheat ourselves. No. He is there to manage and to help a process. Now, if those members of Bunge will now see themselves as part of Mamalusi, that is a win for Sakaja and a win for Gaucho. And if they are there, then they also want to supply, they want to be part of, the businesses that the hospital will bring or will do. That is why Gaucho is there. So it's not
I think
there
it's great, Dr. Oloo, that you would imagine that this is about the hospital. I think it's fantastic that you would think that this is about hospital. But if we look at it and say that it could be that, or it could be that this man has been rewarded for whatever that he did previously, and that he will remember a good thing done unto him. So when it comes time for the mobilizing of people to possibly coalesce around the idea of a second term of the governorship for one Arthur Johnson Sakaja, that he will not think twice.
Absolutely.
So are we disillusioned to imagine that Mama Lucy Hospital will be a better place for the residents of this area, or from people who come from across the city, to seek medical attention because this man has been appointed to the board? I think it's almost a fallacy.
That's an illusion.
It's an illusion to even imagine that it's going to be better because of his appointment.
Even to think that Sakaja really wants that hospital to succeed in the way you and I think.
For goodness sake.
It's business, it's politics.
Yeah.
And on a lighter note, I remember when Rashid Echesa was CS Sports.
Yes.
I will meet my kinsman at Kencom bus stage. They're actually sitting on those rails.
Yes.
As early as 7:30 in the morning. You meet them, mnauliza mnangoja nini? Ministry yetu. The same thing will be replicated at Mama Lucy.
Exactly.
Yes. Early morning, those are mamas from Roraka, Madare, will be there in their hundreds. They don't have the money. Wanasema tunasumbukana na Gaucho ako hapa ndani.
Yes.
And you see Gaucho is in the board. How many times do they sit?
You know, there's
Gaucho shida.
Gaucho ako sawa.
You know, there's something we need to look at, the background and the past of Gaucho, and especially in the last 2 years, and the role he even played in organizing for goons who came to protest, to attack the ones who were actually protesting against the governor.
Yes.
He actually played that role. Maybe now there's a chance that Sakaja can actually sanitize him in preparation for the MCA or Member of Parliament position. That's where I have a problem with Kenyans.
So they're propelling him.
Because they basically, he's actually being propelled. Tomorrow you wouldn't be surprised if he becomes your Member of Parliament and is going to make the laws for you. Or he becomes an MCA tomorrow. Because he's actually being prepared for that. Now he's being sanitized through the board so that he can now be streamlined to actually play that
assembling
role.
Some credentials.
Yes. So we need to appreciate the fact that, these appointments lean so much in terms of political strategy for the leaders. And that's why Kenyans should actually be concerned and appoint or elect the right leaders. And I'm still concerned this because so long as we are not able to merge skills and competence, we'll see the problem we are facing in the country today. A good example today, Dr. We have a problem in our security sector. Why is everybody crying around goons? Who is the CS for Interior? I think he was doing very well when he was in sports, and we are all celebrating. But today, everybody is concerned about his security. So those are the kind, and he's a brilliant mind. But is he in the right docket to deliver? But because he's a loyalist, he has the role to actually play into some of these very pertinent departments and agencies that are supposed to deliver services to Kenyans.
You know what you are saying, Dr. is very serious. When a lawyer was the Minister for Security called Professor Kindiki, and when another lawyer is in security called Murkomen, lawlessness and absence of rule of law are very prominent. So I have no problem when you tell me that Gaucho will be more lawless than this so-called literates and So we need to check that out. Having said that, I think what is important for us to all accept is that we have a country of contrast. We are in the media, and we should know that you remember an incident where gunmen went to Mama Lucy with a person who was wounded and wanted the person treated under gunpoint and also wanted an ambulance to take them, I don't know where. So we are in good times. We are in good times with Gaucho there.
Maybe looking at something in terms of, and I think I tried to go to this a couple of times this morning, but the decisions we make, threaded through this conversation has been that, leaders are a reflection of the society of people, a middle class who is struggling with the decision making, how you make decisions about the leaders that you will bring in. This conversation points to those things, and that there is coming a time in the very near future where Kenyans will have to make a decision again about the people that they put in leadership, because these appointments will come as political favors. They come all the time, like we said. They happen every day. Yesterday, the governor of Makueni was appointed to Yatana. I mean, it happens all the time. But we didn't complain about that one because it kind of looked like, okay, this makes sense. Law Reform Commission, a lawyer, governor, whose sound doesn't have a problem. Was it political? 100%. But did you complain about it much? No, because you kind of have a feeling that, okay, it makes some sense. But how do you steer people in the direction whereby they will be making a decision that would positively benefit their future? How do you steer people in that direction?
By telling them to be real and realistic. There are so many educated persons that have failed this country, and we have not worried about them. We are worried about a person we think is not educated. And I'm saying, for me, this is the time for us to do a comparison and contrasting. Maybe this person who we know and think will fail is likely to give us some result, as opposed to Dr. Lukaka here. If we say this man is learned, we give him governance, and then he starts doing the opposite of what governance is. And I'm just using an example. I'm not saying that he has been there. Because I have seen many educated people fail. That I'll be least worried whether Gaucho fails. Because I'm like, everybody's not giving him a chance. I want to give him a chance.
Okay.
Actually, the main concern for Kenyans today should be the kind of leaders they are going to elect. If we don't, we are just keen about that. And a good example, look at the governors. There's a account here, Muranga. They are very silent and they're working every other day. Did you see the boards or how he constituted some of those committees that are supposed to support the county? People who have actually excelled in their areas. So this is a concern and maybe a learning point across all other sectors. When you bring people with the right competence and align them, you basically see improvement in terms of service delivery. And it should be a wake-up call for every Kenyan today to take the civic duty of ensuring that the social contract we are going to sign in 2027 is actually going to be adhered to, and then we hold our leaders accountable. Because when we start complaining yet we are not holding them accountable, we can't achieve much. Kenyans should actually wake up and stop being gullible and stop being forgetful. They forget too fast. That's why we are in this mess. Should actually look ourselves in the mirror. We are our own problem.
All right, so coming up to 2027, and this is the bigger picture that we are talking about here. Coming up to 2027, where perhaps you'll bring in leaders who will actually make a change on some of the things that you cry about today. I mean, we don't even want to start talking about the things that the med soup at Mama Lucy Hospital has to deal with on a daily basis in terms of making things work. But then, again, zooming out and looking into the country in the future, the decisions you make about who you bring in to be your leaders from the ward level up until the presidency has a lasting effect on how constitutionalism, for example, will be lived out. Thank you both, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. Professor Martin Oloo, but keep reminded that you've risen up in the ranks.
No, I am not yet there, but you keep saying it, so I'll go there. I'll get there. I'll get there.
Dr. Martin Oloo, advocate and political analyst, and Dr. Luchetu Likaka, governance and security consultant. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Asante,
Thank
good
you
morning.
so much for having us.
8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The fourth contingent of Kenyan police officers deployed to Haiti under the multinational security support mission has returned home, marking the conclusion of Kenya's role in restoring order in the Caribbean nation. The 150 officers arrived at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on Tuesday evening to a warm reception by senior security officials, bringing to a close a mission that began in 2024 following approval by the United Nations Security Council. The team is led by the Deputy Inspector General of the Administration Police Service, Gilbert Masengeli, who had earlier traveled to Haiti for high-level engagement with Haitian authorities. They were received at JKIA by Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, accompanied by the National Security Advisor Joseph Boynet, Deputy Inspector General of the Kenya Police Service Elliot Lagarde, alongside their senior officers. Kenya had deployed about 980 officers in phases to support efforts to stabilize Haiti, particularly in the capital, Port-au-Prince, which had been overrun by armed gangs. The latest return follows earlier homecomings on December 2025 and March 2026 after completion of the 18-month assignment. 11 people arrested yesterday by police officers in the heart of Nairobi city during protests against the fuel hike prices and now are scheduled to be arraigned in court today. Most areas of Nairobi remained calm, and like other days of protests where police had to use tear gas to disperse several protesters who showed up, Nairobi Regional Police Commander Issam Hamud confirmed the arrest of the 11 citizens, including activist Julius Kamau. Most of those arrested were caught by detectives dressed in civilian clothes, especially in Nairobi City near the National Archives.
There's nothing to worry. So far we have arrested 11. I will take them tomorrow. Kwa charge hawa. Hakuna sura nyingine. Wanasema biashara zinaendelea na wamefunga maduka. Wanawachana watu wachache ambao wanasaidia wengine. Ambao wanaandamana. Wachana, but you can see 98% of the business are on. And they are witness to that. Mpende nchi yenu hata nyinyi. Hata nyinyi kulete taharuki hata nyinyi.
In Machakos County, police officers in the city were forced to fire tear gas to confront protesters who had begun burning tires on the Machakos-Kitui Road in a protest against fuel prices. A senior National Youth Service employee has denied links with a hotel in Embu that was raided by the anti-graft agency detectives in a 2 billion shillings probe. David Muthe, the head of procurement at NYS Training School in Gilgil, has written to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission accusing the agency of a smear campaign. On Friday last week, EACC announced that it had conducted a raid at the Marvel Hotel, allegedly linked to Mbogo, saying the operation yielded evidentiary material to support investigations into suspected conflict of interest and abuse of office involving senior NYS officials. Through his lawyer, Onwong Makuri, Mbogo has denied interest in the hotel and accused the Commission of harassment and continuing to make persistent, erroneous and highly prejudicial statements against him, having made similar claims in 2025. Mbogo wants EACC to withdraw the statement, desist from further misrepresentation and offer him an apology within 7 days. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We
sana.
will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
And the
National
Senate-
Assembly.
Yes.
That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. Our conversations continue this morning, and we're looking into the state of the nation today and looking at a number of things that are absolutely necessary to be discussed. And our guest for this hour is already here in the room with us. And it's been a minute, but these things still pass time. They still remain. Even though time has passed, the issues still remain, and for us to continue having conversations around them, is our responsibility. Advocate and Deputy Party Leader of Safina Party is Willis Ochanda. He's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Yes, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yes.
Karibu.
Asante sana.
Things seem to be boiling on a different level across board. So we're glad that you joined us to then be able to have this conversation today. Our KTN political reporter is Allan Ochanda. He's here with us as well this morning hosting.
Nice meeting you, Allan.
Nice meeting you too.
So this week, our Proverbs take us to Egypt. Of course, you understanding the civilizations of this country and some of the things that then they've been able to achieve. Not, of course, forgetting their spat with Ethiopia, things that have happened over time in terms of the construction of a dam, in terms of who's going to hold the development card for the continent. But this is a proverb that they've shared, and I think it's interesting. We'd love to get your interpretation of it. Stretch your legs as far as your blanket extends. Stretch your legs as far as your blanket extends. What do you make of that?
Push your limits up to what you'll be comfortable with. You stretch your legs beyond the blanket, you'll be sleeping out in the cold.
You'll be sleeping out in the cold.
Yes.
All right. There's a litany of things in the country at the moment, and whether that spills over to the region or this then is dictated by what happens in the world. We're looking at the state of the nation with you this morning, and then there are certain things that you've said over time that you've been consistent with. And as we get closer and closer to a time where people are going to make a decision about who their leaders are moving forward, you've more or less said that anybody who is not directly involved with how economics will change for Kenyans doesn't have any business being in office?
I still maintain that position. I want Kenyans to understand this. Last week, the National Treasury and some members of Parliament from the Budget Committee went to IMF, the World Bank, last week. And the IMF and World Bank told them, before we discuss anything about your lending, we need to understand your debt. What is your total debt? And they were told your total debt, if you take in securitization, the declared debt, and pending bills, your debt is 14 trillion Kenya shillings. They've been going around town saying it is 12.6. Now they're being told your total debt stock is 14 trillion. Tell us how you are going to bridge and pay this.
Yes.
And remember, your revenue collection, tax revenue collection is 2.4 trillion per year.
Yes.
Your debt finance this financial year is 2.4 trillion. So anybody aspiring for leadership are not dealing with this debt problem. You're wasting everybody's time. Because we'll be here telling you must go. You must confront the debt problem. Maybe in context I should put it this way. If we use the figure of 12.6 trillion, every Kenyan, 60 million of us, as a projected total population, we each owe around 220,000 Kenya shillings. So Ndu, we need your 220,000. Allan, give us 220,000. And everybody around you, everybody plus children, newly borns, they owe 220,000 Kenya shillings. So what you are struggling with is how to collect the 220,000 Kenya shillings from everybody. And William Ruto tries to do it by raising your taxes, charges, and levies. And disproportionately, for those, if they perceive that you earn more, you'll pay it more. Those who earn less are captured in VAT, because VAT is universal to everybody. So we are all trying to raise our 220,000 Kenya shillings to pay for debt. Now, prudence will require that, okay, if you're asking me to pay 220,000 Kenya shillings, open the debt register.
Show us.
I need to see what am I paying for? And how much have I paid? And how much do I owe? And what was this money applied towards? Show me the projects that this debt financed that I am now struggling to pay it. If you've not done that, then you're wasting everybody's time.
Why would it be so difficult to be open and transparent about the money that's owed? I mean, it sounds like a no-brainer. You went to the IMF, who, of course, is a twin sister of the World Bank. You said very clearly that the debt is 14.6 trillion. They've said this is what it is, asking how you're going to pay it. Why wouldn't you want to be open and transparent about what is owed? Because
of what us as a Safina party, we normally say. This debt is largely odious. Odious in the sense that it was taken without following the laws of Kenya. And number two, the bulk of it wasn't applied to any project. The PFM Act requires that you only borrow for development. And if you do a trace of the debt, some of it went into people's private accounts offshore. But the obligation to pay is what landed into Kenya. And who are the people responsible? Some of them are in the former Jubilee administration. Some of them are in this administration. So they stole your tax in advance. So if you ask them to be that debt register to be opened, they were partakers. They will not be willing to do it. You will expose their fraud. These people understood one thing from 2014. Stealing in the budget is the easiest to be caught. Because you have a controller of budget watching over you. You have a national budget that is passed by Parliament. We can all trace release of funds. And we know the maximum quantum. So they decided, okay, this one will be just to steal on the budget, will just be to lie to Kenyans. But the main theft is on your debt. I'll steal your future because you are not there. You are not present when we are borrowing. You don't know what we've borrowed. We'll only tell the obligation to pay. You don't even care where the money goes after it has been borrowed. That is what happened during Uhuru's time and is happening in Ruto's time. They are stealing your future. Debt is tax in advance.
Now, when you look at this debt and the amount of money that is paid on a, let's just take it a monthly basis, because it kind of then are able to maybe consume it a little bit better, that there's certain amount of money. And we also know on the fund, the first charge is debt.
Yes.
Before you can even do anything, what is owed or whomever it's paid, that's where it goes on revenue. Now, there's very little left for development.
In fact, if you want to understand it better, I know that I always say Kenyans just don't pay attention to the details.
Okay.
Every second week of the month, the National Treasury releases the statement of actual expenditures and revenues. Actuals, not estimates. Look at the January actuals. 196 billion shillings was collected. Came into the exchequer account.
This was which month?
January.
196
billion.
Okay.
What they expended as debt finance was 194 billion. Pretty much almost everything.
It was 2 billion left.
Yeah. Pretty much everything went into debt. And you don't want to ask yourself, if this was the largest expenditure item of my revenue that I collected, what was I paying for? That is what we should be demanding. What were we paying for?
Because if you're paying 194 billion shillings towards something, my thought has often been that you should be able to see this thing that is requiring this large debt repayment off of. We keep giving the example of the expressway, which we already know was inflated. We talk about the SGR, again, another project that was inflated, should have been able to do it for maybe half or if not less of the amount that was later on said. What is this thing that was done that is going to require a monthly, or rather maybe a quarterly payment of 194 billion shillings off of revenue? What is that? Can you see it? Or is it a collective project?
No, let me tell you. Like SGR, for example. Go and look at the Kenya Railways, because the total project was 500 billion. Kenya Railways was making counterpart funds, they were paying 10%. That is 50 billion. Go and check the statement of actuals. How much left Treasury to Kenya Railways, from Kenya Railways to China Road and Bridge.
Okay.
And ask how much China Exim paid to Kenya Railways, to China Road and Bridge. From Treasury to Kenya Railways to China Road, it was meant to be 50 billion, the counterpart funds, 10%. But if you look at the books, Kenya Railways paid China Road and Bridge a total of 670 billion, not 50 billion.
620 billion shillings more.
Yes,
620 billion shillings more.
Exactly. And at the same time, the same China Road and Bridge went to China Exim every time they got the certificates, and they did drawdowns. They collected the 450 billion that was due at the loan. But in essence, the Kenyan people paid for that amount, that railway, using their own tax revenue.
Didn't need the loan.
They didn't need the loan. So you have here, you've paid your tax money, has gone in, 670 billion of your tax money has gone to the China Road and Bridge. 450 has come from China Exim to China Road and Bridge. That's an odious debt. We'll simply say, China Road and Bridge, explain to us, how are we paying this debt and you collected the money from us? Why did you get that money from China Exim? If Kenya Railways, instead of paying you 50, paid you 670. That's the problem. We do not pay attention to what that matters. To put it in simple context, you're in a household, a family, the headman comes and tells you, we're using our family resources to pay for a Mercedes-Benz. DT Dobby, this is our DT Mercedes-Benz, this is the loan we have, we are paying DT Dobby this much every month. And the householders willingly contribute, some provide cheap labor to the neighborhood to collect money to pay DT Dobby for the Mercedes-Benz. But there's only one problem. There's no Mercedes-Benz that the householders are using. It's just the obligation to pay for that Mercedes-Benz. But it doesn't exist. That is where we are. So if we are prudent householders, you'll ask, okay, fine, we've collected our little meager resources to pay for this Mercedes-Benz.
But it's not there.
But it's not there. Where is it? Why can't you enjoy it? Why can't you give it to us? That is what debt is about. But Kenyan people don't seem to pay attention to it. Then, something else that, another mistake we keep making. When you look at our political discourse today, and I'm glad you introduced me as Safina Party Deputy Leader, Party Leader, you find people are saying individuals, discussing individuals. Oh, Matiang'i, oh, Kalonzo, oh, Ruto, Party Leader, who? Gachagua. Those are individuals. What do they stand on? You should be asking political parties at this point of people discussing their next elections, what does the political party stand for? So that we are discussing the ideals of the political party. The leader becomes immaterial to our purposes for this at this point. Until that time when we get close to the elections, then you can now start discussing the individual person. But if the political party cannot even tell you what the ideology is, what do they stand for on the issue that matter to Kenyans, then we are still going back to the same old. We'll be exactly where we are, even once we remove William Ruto, because William Ruto, if going is going, he will go. But William Ruto will not go away with the debt problem.
It will
when
remain.
Ruto goes, the debt book register will remain as it is. If you get somebody else who adopts the same practice of William Ruto, or was part of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta in the past, they'll maintain the register and the practices and accumulate more illegal debts. So we should not be saying William Ruto must go and it ends there. We should be saying William Ruto has gone. He's just now wasting everybody's time as we wait for the day of his departure. But we should be asking, he's going and he's leaving you with this debt. What is your proposal to deal with the debt problem? If you don't have it, then rest assured your first finance bill, you'll be raising taxes, charges and levies. Gen Z will go back to the streets, joined by Gen Alpha, to chase you, and you will kill them just like William Ruto did. You will blockade parliament, you will blockade the right to state house, and it will be a vicious cycle of more of the same. And I speak to my, I call them my compatriots, those who are the professional league. Because why do you allow ourselves to be caught up in this euphoria of individuals? You find somebody cheering there, Gachagua, oh, Gachagua, oh, Kalonzo, oh, Matiang'i. Oh. But ask yourself, deep down beyond this euphoria, what is it that we care about? What is it presenting as the solution to our problem? Is it attending to our problem? Or is it just exciting your tribal sentiments? We must ask ourselves these deep questions. And I'll not blame the masses. I'll blame my compatriots. Those who are more knowledgeable, or at least more learned. More is expected of you. And it's upon your duty, it's your responsibility to take the education to those who may not be well versed with these issues.
Right, because then I was going to ask you, how do people then make decisions on a connection between this thing that we talk about, the odious debt, because for a lot of people, we cannot resonate or make the connection between this odious debt and why, for example, students will go to school next week with a 100% increase on term 2 fees in certain schools. They don't understand that because capitation has not reached schools, because there's not enough money to go around, because almost 100% of it goes towards paying debt. Do you see? The connection is not made. So here you are, and you're talking to people, and you're going to line up as a mother or a father at a CDF office at 4 a.m. So now let's be real, Willis. You're going to line up at a constituency office at 4 a.m. to get 3,500 shillings, maybe 2,000, maybe 1,000. Or when they say come and collect bursary checks, you're going to collect 1,000 shilling check. We are not making the connection between this debt that is being paid, which, according to what you're saying, may not actually be owed for something that you received. Right?
Yes.
And the fact that because capitation is not sent on time, your children are going back to school on the 28th of April with a term 2 bill. Where you were paying 18,000 shillings, it is now 37. I'm talking about what I know, not that maybe somebody suggested. This is the crying problem that you're talking about that's still left in the laps of people. And they're saying, how do we get out of this?
Let me explain.
How do you connect the two to get people to say, come on, guys, lights on, this is the problem?
Like before Wakili, maybe a rider, you, from what you painted is that these are carefully designed web to maybe, because we are talking about, we're going to IMF, it's like we're underquoting the figures we're actually presenting on the table are not the real figures, and maybe being given an adverse conclusion there, assessment. We are in a deep pit as a country, and your party leader has been on record, times above number, talking about the odious debt. How do you get out of the debt? Do we maybe refuse to pay? And if we refuse to pay, what happens? Because of course the ordinary Kenyan who is watching, who is listening, wants to understand. If you decline paying this debt because you feel like it never really affected your lives positively, what happens to you in future? Because you're saying we're being robbed of our future.
Let me start by saying this. Ndu, this financial year you're paying 2.4 trillion Kenya shillings in debt finance as a country. 2.4 trillion.
Yeah.
Education, primary, secondary, TVET, if you do the costing capitation, comes to 260 billion. 265 to be precise. Now, when you go to pay this 2.4 trillion towards debt, you are depriving education of capitation. Now, Safina Party, what we are saying, we will not pay that illegal debt. We will be 2.4 trillion richer. We'll take from the 2.4 trillion that could have gone to debt finance, take 265 billion, apply it to education. Primary, secondary, TVET. Healthcare, universal healthcare in this country, costed is 180 billion. That's the total cost of healthcare in the country. 180 billion. 180 billion. So we have 2.4 trillion. 4 trillion. We have only moved to 65 billion. We are left with around 2.1 something trillion. Get 180 billion. Put in healthcare. Do you know what that does is this? You are now reallocating resources to what matters to the people. You are removing social pressures. Remember, 28% of Kenyans are multidimensional poor.
Multidimensional poor.
28% of Kenyans, multidimensional poor.
Explain.
And multidimensional poor means that they are not able to afford they're struggling to pay their healthcare, education, and cost of living is unbearable. So by applying tax revenue towards these social programs, education and health, you automatically remove almost 15% from being multidimensional poverty, because you have now taken care of that which was depriving them. Then go to what Allan is asking. What does it mean if you don't pay? We are a country of the rule of law. If the law says you borrow with parliamentary approval, that is what the law says. That's the Constitution and the PFM Act. The law says you only borrow for development.
Yes.
If I apply the law, I will ask the lenders, do you want me to ignore our laws? This loan that you gave, there was no parliamentary approval for it. There is no development that you're financing. So are you inviting me to ignore our laws? Then I'll ask you, since it's the people's money, we do a referendum with the people of Kenya. Let them decide that we are going to take ownership of that illegal debt that is lying in somebody's private account in Qatar and the Isles of Man. Mozambique, when confronted with a similar situation, they said, we went to court. In their court, they said, that loan was taken without following the laws of Mozambique. It's odious, it's illegal, Mozambicans cannot pay for it. Consequences, Credit Suisse collapsed. Executives went to jail. Head of finance then in Mozambique, jail. Head of intelligence in Mozambique then, jail. The then president's son, jail. To me, those are the consequences. I don't see any other adverse consequence, because by saving 2.4 trillion shillings that could have gone outside, and now you're applying this 2.4 trillion into this economy, and in the process dealing with the question of health for every Kenyan, dealing with the question of education for all Kenyans. And what it achieves is this. You are releasing money back to people's pockets. Because as Ndu is saying, next week's parent is going to pay 100% new school fees, more school fees increment. That parent will retain, in our model as Safina, that parent will retain that money in their pocket. And once she retains it, she will use it in the economy. Consumables, because then now you have more disposable income. You'll spend more on consumables. As you spend more on consumables, the manufacturers must manufacture more. They must employ more people to manufacture more. So it stimulates the economy to the benefit of all Kenyans. But, the legacy politicians and their surrogates, what they will try to sell to us is that you will be blacklisted. You will not be able to access the national market to lend. Kenya will be a pariah state. Nothing. That is somebody selling you fear so that you can own their criminality. We must tell them the consequence. In fact, with 2.4 trillion, we don't need to borrow anymore anywhere. Because what we've demonstrated is that within ourselves, we are capable of funding our recurrent expenditure and our development. What has been happening is that legal debts were taken which went into people's private pockets that now deprives our budget of funds to run it.
Okay.
So our model as Safina, I invite Kenyans, we debate it. The idea, and I say, when I said, we should be discussing this based on what is your political party position, not individual. So this is not really Sotieno's position. This is the Safina party position. So anybody discussing Safina party, no, this is what we stand for. Our first agenda. No payment of odious debts. Education becomes free, primary, secondary, TVET. You apply your tax money that could have gone to odious debt towards education. No payment of healthcare services. Your tax money that's already was going towards paying illegal debt applies to healthcare services to all Kenyans. We are saying VAT, cost of living is high. Do away with VAT in totality.
Not reduction.
We do away with VAT, introduce only 5% sales tax. The cost of goods and services must fall by 11%. Right? And we are saying no borrowing in the domestic market. Release funds in the domestic market to be accessible to private sector, you and I.
Access to credit.
Access to credit, and interest rates will fall. With access to credit, with your great ideas as Kenyans, you will be able to turn your innovations into profit. That is what Safina is about, and that is what we want to be discussed based on Safina. The same should be extended to other political parties. DCP, what is your agenda? Wiper, Jubilee, Renaissance, whatever party. This is the agenda. Then we just discuss political party issues. What is the issue you stand on? What's the ideology that informs this political party? But you bring personalities later. If you start with personalities,
you eclipse everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then now you dilute even the conversation. It starts being, Willis is good, Willis is bad, so and so is fat, so and so is.
What you're talking about?
I want to take a break, Ochanda, on this. Let's take a break and we'll come back, because then, in addition to what Ochanda is saying, then perhaps we can look at then why it doesn't make sense to start with the individual who's saying, I'm the savior. If we're looking at these issues where they say we're going to fix education, we're going to fix healthcare, can you really fix them if you owe so much money? Or in this case, don't owe so much money. Willis Ochanda is here with us this morning. We'll take a break, look at weather, traffic, come back, continue after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, a bit of a cloudy morning in Nairobi, 17 degrees. We'll see a high of 24 and a high of 25 in a sunny Nakuru. It is partly sunny at 17 in Njeri, while at Kisumu it is sunny at 23, 21 and sunny in Kakamega, while light rain in Mombasa this morning at 25, 27 and cloudy into Malindi. It's sunny at 20 in Marsabit, and at 22, Kampala is going to be sunny through Wednesday, 27 and sunny into Dar es Salaam, while at 14 it is cloudy in Johannesburg after the morning rain. 27 and mostly clear in Lagos with a high of 33, and at 7 degrees, London is sunny. We'll see a high of 17. Mostly cloudy at 22 into Beijing, while it's cloudy at 9 degrees in New York.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spices, everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
It is a busy morning, and let's take a look at what's coming off the Thika Superhighway as you get into the city this morning. Heavy, and that's coming in from that outer ring junction all the way through towards Moranga Road. You'll get to the Pangani underpass with some traffic. You're going to have to be patient through that. If you're coming off of Limuru Road, you'll find there's traffic coming in from Gigiri through towards Muthaiga on one side, and then out towards the Aga Khan Hospital on the other side. So that's busy this morning, no matter how you slice it. Also coming off of James Geshuru through towards Waiaki Way and out onto the Red Hill Link Road. Inbound on the Red Hill Link Road towards Waiaki Way is busy this morning. And there's traffic coming in from Zima Springs touching on James Gishuru as well. There's busyness happening on Gong Road, and as you come in through towards Rilo Odinga Way from Langata Road, that is busy as well. We're in traffic hour, folks, and it looks like a busy morning. North Airport Road also is joining the party with quite some traffic. Keeping an eye on all of this. You want the scenic, no stress route into the city? The Southern Bypass is offering her services. We'll talk. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Feeling unwell? Do not search your symptoms. Find a trusted healthcare provider near you. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood. Our conveniently located clinics offer specialist clinics, diagnostics, and pharmacy services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. See your cardiologist, pediatrician, gynecologist, family physician, surgeon, diabetologist, gastroenterologist, neurologist, pulmonologist, among other consultants near your home. For families along Mombasa Road, we've got you with medical centers at the following locations: Capital Center Mall, Imara Shopping Mall, Syokimau, Machakos Town. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care, here and now.
Out and the fun is in. Feast your eyes and your kids' hearts on a feast like no other with StarTimes. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 full month. Turn your home into a world of adventure with Bluey on CBeebies, playful giggles on Baby TV and Jim Jam, learning that feels like play on Mindset Learn, non-stop action with the Batman on Toonami and the Powerpuff Girls on Boing, endless fun with SpongeBob on ST Kids, and thrilling wins with Super Strikers on ST Tunes. Unlock your upgrade today. Simply renew your subscription on your current bouquet and we'll automatically move you to the next high bouquet for 30 days. Dial *858# or call us on 0719-077-077 for customer care. Download the StarTimes on app to take the fun wherever you go. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFMKE. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Safina Party Deputy Leader Willis Otieno, as well as Advocate, joins us this morning, and we having that conversation around what business should you be discussing if you want to be in the next leadership of the country. Ochanda?
Well, Wakili, before we went for that break, you were talking about we've been sold fear that we should not take part in this discourse, yet we've been robbed of our future. There was another discourse about state assets being given out as collaterals. Is that part of the fear?
In fact, look at it. That's part of what IMF was telling them. When you look at Kenya Pipeline, that was your money that funded Kenya Pipeline, that has maintained it. It was an investment by the Kenyan people. Nowhere in the scheme of things did the Kenyan people envisage that we will be stripping off these assets and use the money to build roads. Because already in their laws, they had set up a parliament that will going to allocate money towards construction of roads, and they set up a road maintenance levy, fuel levy, that will be used to maintain those roads. So at no point did we ever envisage that these assets that we've owned, that we've bought, we'll be stripping them and use the money as collaterals to build roads. Then why do we have the national budget in the first place? These were meant to be revenue earning streams for the people continuously, not one-off. What they're doing is stripping them. It's the contrary. But it tells you one thing. It's a recognition within government that this debt is the problem. Because they are not capable of doing anything within the budget. You see William Ruto launching roads here every day. He launches a road at the beginning, somewhere in the middle, or somewhere at the end, and nothing happens. And people don't ask himself, why is he doing this? Because he must find something to lie to Kenyans that he's doing. Because if indeed he had money, he will go into the budget and he will find those projects and they will do them. But in the budget, there's nothing because 90%, almost now 80% of your tax revenue is going towards debt finance. So if he was a prudent leader, which is not, because he's complicit in the legal debts, he will have said, I'm not going to spend 80% of my tax revenue towards debt finance, thereby depriving the Kenyan people of certain services. I will open that debt register. Find out what is legal, what is illegal. Whatever is legal, I will pay. Is legal, I will pay. Whatever is illegal, people must bear responsibility, accountability. And also ask yourself, in between, from 2014 to date, how much has the Kenyan people paid out towards debt finance? Because we've never defaulted. And if you've never defaulted, then it means we've been up to date with your debt. But how comes your debt figures keep going up?
Yeah.
Which debt is this? That the more you are paying, the higher it goes.
And you've never defaulted.
And you've never defaulted. At no point have you ever defaulted in either payment of interests or principals when they became due. You've always paid dutifully.
Okay, so if that's the case, and for all avoidance of doubt, if we're saying the debt is odious, that means that there are individuals or cartels or whatever the case may be, organized groups of people who have diverted funds that were meant for development because the money is owed, so somebody received the money.
No, the money is not owed. Somebody received the money in the name of the people of Kenya, took it to his private account.
So to be clear, this is exactly what we're saying.
What it brought the Kenyan people is the obligation to pay. So Safina, in our confidence, we are saying that is not the money owed by the people of Kenya.
That's another agreement that you had over here.
That is between you and those thieves. Because if you are following the laws of Kenya, you should have asked the person who walked into your office, where is the approval of Parliament? Look, give me the answered and the votes and proceedings of the House that passed this. You'll ask, which is the project we are funding? And in terms of project finance, it normally is done in drawdowns. No financial institution prudent will give you all the money at once. They'll be saying, okay, who's the contractor? We'll be doing drawdowns once we do a certificate. And even then, they'll go to this project site to confirm that indeed the project is going on and that the stage of development that they're saying they're claiming a certificate on, we've reached.
So if that's the case, why has there been, in your opinion, no fervent go after individuals who may have done this? The thing about money is that it leaves a trail, especially in this world in which it's not people carrying gunny bags of cash. Money leaves a trail. You can see where it went, if it left, if it arrived, and if it actually arrived, if it was taken away. It leaves a trail. So why wouldn't we see that if this is odious debt, that why aren't the individuals who've moved this money gone after?
Let me refresh your memory.
Okay.
In 2014, Kenya took $2 billion Eurobond.
Eurobond, yes.
$1 billion you could trace. Raila Odinga at that time was making noise. He wanted to occupy national treasury. And he told Rotich, I'm coming for you. We are coming to occupy treasury. $650 million was sent to settle an older loan that had been taken by the Grand Coalition government. 350 billion paper trail could be traced to central bank exchequer accounts. And Rotich released the SWIFTs showing all of this. That is 1 billion accounted for.
Yes.
1 billion. I said, no, you've accounted for 1 billion. I want for the other remaining 1 billion. If you don't give me by this date, I am coming to occupy national treasury with the people. That was in 2014. That night, at midnight, Rotich posted on the National Treasury website, he released the SWIFT for the other 1 billion. But what had he done? He redacted. He showed where the money is coming from, JP Morgan.
Didn't show where it went.
But where it went, he redacted it. That money went into somebody's private account in Qatar. That is what was redacted. So, You are telling Kenyan people to pay that loan to JP Morgan, Eurobond, when the money is lying in somebody's private account in Qatar. And you are telling me that we should fear international consequences. I'm ready for those consequences, Safina Party. We are ready for those consequences. Tell us why we should finance somebody's private venture. Because that is not money taken in the name of the people of Kenya. Then you asked me, why are we not dealing with this?
Yes.
Because within this current administration, there are people who are complicit. The Accountant General, who was there with Uhuru Kenyatta, is the same Accountant General today. Has he been changed? No. William Ruto was the Deputy President. Who was the number one defender of Eurobond?
It
was William Ruto.
Yes.
He's the president today. Of course, they learned the things they were doing with Uhuru Kenyatta, with the Accountant General. They are doing them today. Same old. Nothing has changed. So the only solution we can find is if the sovereign, the Kenyan people, the ultimate payer of that debt, decides to either own that debt by voting for people who brought that debt. Then they say, fine, we wanted to give you a good golden handshake that you can always borrow in our name and take the money to your private accounts abroad. We will own it, we will pay, we will suffer. If they want it, fair enough. But if they want accountability, if they are saying we are not going to own it, then they must force this to be a conversation amongst everybody who desires to lead them. And within themselves, they should find a leadership that is tasked with the responsibility. As Safina Party, we are saying, we will not pay it. So if you are voting Safina, you are joining Safina, you know that the number one commitment that the party has given is we are not paying Odious debt. And the second thing we are doing, we are saying, you will not pay, now the Kenyan people, you will not pay for education. You will not pay for healthcare. You will not pay 16% VAT. You will pay 5% sales tax. The difference between what Safina is saying and what legacy politicians say is this. We are not saying we will do to you. We are telling you what you will do. You will not pay education. You will not pay healthcare. We are actually inciting you in advance against us if we try to go contrary to the agreement. Because that is what people are going to vote for. They're going to vote for themselves that I'm not going to pay for education, I'm not going to pay for healthcare.
You're not going to vote for an individual, is what you're saying.
Yes,
I'm
voting for these issues.
Okay.
And to finance what we are telling you that you'll be accessing without paying extra costs, we are saying we are not dealing with paying the odious debt. So the commitment to make sure that the Kenyan people don't pay that illegal debt is upon us. If you don't, you boot us out. Because that is what the Kenyan people are supposed to be invited to vote for when it comes to Safina. But if they want to vote for tribe, I think there are many political parties that are anchored on tribe and Mutanu politics. More of the same.
Whereas when you explain it, it's clear and it makes sense. We still have a lot of folks who are hinged on. I mean, with people, just the other day, I mean, I don't think that we even heard what he said, but a party leader of a dominant party in the country said, I can hear you guys making noise, essentially, but just wait. The next person who is going to speak after me will come and settle you. Essentially, what he was saying is that the money that you've come to this rally, or the money that you come for this meeting to get, don't worry. The person who comes after me is coming to sort you out. So we're still hinged on handouts or what you can take. Is it still in replace, or it's a replacement for political allegiance? Is it a replacement for a vote? Or say, okay, fine, say whatever you want to say at this point, but I'm on what I'm going to get today. Do we still have many people who are hinged on that thing, that I can take a handout, I need it today, I'm not even listening to what you have to say, and yes, we have to make a decision, but right now my problems far outweigh any kind of, political allegiance. I'll say what you need. If you mean to show up in a rally dressed in a certain way, I'll do it. So long as I get something at the end of the day. We still have too many people floating in that pool.
Ndu, the unfortunate bit, and I'll talk again to my compatriots. These are my age mates, and the professionals, my age group, the people we grew up with. And I'm sure they are the ones who listen to us mostly. And I'll say this. Why have you surrendered your political fate to political charlatans? How many people, even amongst our listeners, go to political rallies? How many can claim to have received even 100 shillings from a politician? Very few of them have actually received this political money. Me, I've gone out to the people. And I can tell you, the bulk of the Kenyan voter does not attend a political rally.
Okay.
And the bulk of that voter does not receive even a coin from a politician. But the unfortunate bit is they've allowed those optics of rallies. That is why you see legacy politicians invest in those things. They allowed the optics of political rallies to influence their decision. That when you see people, a huge mass of people in a particular corner cheering a particular individual, you who is not there, you who is reasonable, you are at home, you start getting persuaded that that is where I should be. You abandon your issue, and now you start accepting a path that even if you are asked where is this path leading to, you cannot even tell. You ask somebody, okay, why are you supporting X? You will not mention names. Even if say it is Shago, it is Matiangi, it is Kalonzo, if it is Ruto. Why are you supporting? They will not tell you. Why? Because they are fed with the optics of what they see when these political leaders go out to the masses.
But to that end, Wakili, is it surrendering or they have been subdued?
I call it surrender because nothing stops you from maintaining a honest, genuine conversation on a platform where you are, within your own space. You can say, no, me, I am about issues and this is my issue. I'm going to look for a political party that supports this issue. And that becomes your anchor.
You see, it's a painful reality that we've calibrated our politics to rotate around money. Yesterday, like for instance, the former Chief Justice, David Maraga, was in my backyard in Mumias. Those people who attended his meeting, it was an organic crowd. They were accountable. Maybe he's on record. He said he's not partaking in handouts. For you and your party leader, I worked in Meru. He was frequent in Meru, opening offices. I never saw those. Maybe he was giving behind the curtain, behind the doors, but I was not privy to that. But for those politicians who are actually dishing out handouts, you can see the multitudes. But you can easily tell these are not organic crowds. But eventually, they will determine the direction.
No, that is my problem.
Don't you think eventually they determine?
My fight is with those who are not in those rallies. The ones who are getting their political news from other channels, social media, mainstream media, newspapers. They're allowing those both crowds to influence their decision. Because remember, even if you go to a crowd, how many people will attend a rally? In its best day of days, when Uhuru Park was working, how many people can fill Uhuru Park? Maybe around 10,000, 20,000. But Nairobians are 5 million, almost 6. So you're telling me those 10,000 who are at the Uhuru Park rally are going to influence your decision, and you say that is okay. You can as well say no. That is just for optics. Don't buy the optics. Stick to the issue. I admire Maraga's resilience on sticking to the issue that he believes in. And within the space of those who are not meeting him or those who are not attending the legacy politicians' rallies, they are able to find on social media what is Maraga's message, what is the Safina message that we stand for. If this message resonates with you, you push it within your circles. But if you want to say that I've surrendered, that I call it surrendering your fate to political charlatans controlled by legacy politicians, then you get what you deserve. Garbage in, garbage out. You stop being a victim. You are now a co-conspirator to the continued enslavement of the people of Kenya. And I'm inviting Kenyans in their numbers. We must all, in our own spaces, decide we are not going to be slaves of this political establishment and this political system. Those optics should not influence you when you're making a decision. You should be able to define at a sober moment what is the real issue. And Safina Party, we are saying the real issue right now is in your own house. It is in education, it's in cost of living, it's in healthcare. Middle class in Kenya is only 15% of the population. 15%. And that 15% population, middle class that you're saying, is just one disease away from poverty. One disease. You just get one disease which nobody calls a disease upon themselves. It's an act of nature. No one knows when they'll get sick. You see an entire family wiped out. Going back to severe poverty. I told you 28% of the population is multidimensional poor. Those are things you are living with inside your house. It's got nothing to do with somebody standing in a political rally in Luanda. It is your household. So you should be asking yourself, if I'm going to cast my vote, if I'm going to make a political choice, what is the party saying in relation to the cost of living, to the health care, to the education issue in my house, right inside my house, so that you leave your house to go and vote to solve the problem that is inside your house.
And that's the thing, that you're going to vote to solve a problem. You're going to vote to sort out a particular issue. And have we evolved to that place whereby the realization of that is what is front and center? On Monday here, we asked people the question, what are you voting for? What are you voting for? And it is interesting that a lot of people actually brought other issues with us. People said, well, it's this is the issue. We didn't hear one name from them. Nobody mentioned a name. So we come to the realization that Kenyans are actually saying, you know what, these are the issues. Gone are the times where it's an individual, that you like this person, how they look, whatever, but that there are issues that are facing Kenyans today that need to be addressed. Should the focus then be on bringing these people together to actually say, guys, then you realize what the issues are, you realize that you may not be in a good place today, but what you need to do then is take that same inertia and translate it into registering to vote and then actually voting.
And I agree with you. That is part of what we must do. And I want to throw a challenge to the media, because you also play a larger role in shaping the opinion of the people. That going forward, if you were to say we're having a conversation with, you don't have a conversation with politicians, have a conversation with political parties. That we are meeting you as the party leader of this party. Discuss with us your party position. And possibly even call for party debates.
True.
As early as now. Because don't tell me that you are going to join DCP, or you're going to join Safina, you're going to join ODM, before you know what is the party position. Let's have party debates, where we are saying this political party stands for this. And if I'm joining this party, it's because of the ideology that they've articulated. It has been interrogated, it has been debated, and I believe that is what we deserve as a people. So that nowadays, sometimes you find somebody calling their so-called presidential candidates. 1 year to the election, some people are already saying they're presidential candidates, right?
Yes.
And they're interviewed as presidential candidates. And I ask myself, I mean, this is now about the individual. You've not even told us what your party's position is on the issue, but you're a presidential candidate. That is how we allow individuals to capture our political space. We need to bring it to the point where it is ideologies that capture our political space. Individuals just become plug and play. Once we've articulated the ideologies, the people have understood the ideologies, they've formed an opinion based on which ideology they subscribe to, then now you bring the individuals. And they can do their debates 2 weeks to the elections. At that point, we all know what they all stand for. It's just a matter of now testing you. Are you able to articulate and defend the ideology that we've always known your party to ascribe to?
What do you say about the individual, and of which there are many today, taking all of these things into consideration and saying that, okay, fine, there's a middle class who needs to get serious about this thing, because to a certain extent they understand coming off the place of odious debt and all of this, and how it translates in society whereby education, health and other things, infrastructure, water suffers. What would you say to that person who says, well, you know what, every time I tried, they've stolen an election. Every time I've tried, this and this has happened, and so let me just sit in the bleachers and watch what will happen
because
next.
Because what normally happened was, every time you tried, the election was about individuals, not about an ideology. It was never about an issue. You're always voting for legacy politicians, one way or another. That is why every election, once they've campaigned against each other, it is so easy for them to bridge. And those who are fighting hard against each other in the elections, they will shake hands, sit on the government table, and share the spoils. You don't even see a conversation as to how do we bridge our ideologies. What is the compromises? Never exist. It's just about I want how many cabinet positions, I want PSS, I want this. And life goes on. You have been voting based on individuals' interests. What my invitation is, you now need to push forward the issue, the ideology, that even if there was supposed to be a compromise later, I remember if you vote on an ideology, if our politics is based on ideology, all these legacy politicians, they'll fall off.
Right.
Because they don't understand it.
Naturally.
They'll fall off. And at that point, even if majority of Kenyans own this ideology politics space, it becomes far much easier and far much harder for the legacy politicians to reap. Your vote will count.
Yeah.
But if your vote is based on an individual, tough luck.
Indeed.
That is why it is played with here and there.
Your vote will actually count.
This time your vote will count.
This time your vote will count.
More so if you are voting based on that issue. Because the issue, when it's an issue, it unites all Kenyans.
Right.
And that vote, let's say the Kenyans people are to say we are voting on the economy. The economy affects all Kenyans irrespective of their tribes. So you can imagine the entire country voting on the economy. Where will the legacy politician find votes to steal?
There's no space for that.
There's no space to steal.
That's very
The whole
true.
country will be clear on what they want to achieve.
We can't stop talking about these things, Willis, and we thank you for doing this with us this morning. There's a reminder about certain things that have happened. Asante sana.
Thank
Until
you
the
very
next one, to Choki. Good morning, 8 a.m., 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubag. Gen Z in Waitaluk Ward, Trans Nzoia County are calling on their peers to register as voters in large numbers ahead of the 2027 general elections. Representatives Edwin Barasa and Duncan Nyongesa say this will enable young people to elect leaders with integrity and a clear development agenda. They also warned against transferring voter registration to other wards, saying it could disadvantage local communities.
Majina yangu ni Edwin Barasa. Naomba vijana raundi hii tuwe na kura, tutangulie kwa hiyo vituo vya kupiga kura. Sema tu kwamba tunaenda kuchagua viongozi na tunapatikana kwamba sisi bado hata tuna kura. Baada ya kura kuisha, sisi ndio wa kwanza kuenda maandamano. Unapouza kura yako maeneo ingine, inamaanisha kwamba hautapata kiongozi ambaye ni mzuri katika maeneo yako. IBC tungeomba sana tuongezee muda. Wengine bado hata wajashika vitambulisho zao sijakuja.
Naitwa Duncan Nyongesa, jana wenzangu tujirai kila mtu ashike kadi ya kura. Tabia ya kuuza kura kwa shilingi 50-200 tuachane naye. Uongozi mzuri ndio ambao sisi tunataka katika Waitaluk Ward.
At the same time, mothers led by Helen Wanyama have urged the IBC to decentralize registration services to make them accessible to the elderly, persons with disabilities, pregnant women and new mothers.
Naitwa Helen Wanyama, mkaaji wa Namkoi, Waitaluk Ward. Ningependa kuambia wamama ambao hawajajitokeza kuchukua kura ya kwamba muda ambao tumepewa deadline tarehe 28 mjitokeze mkashike kura. Na ningependa kuambia IBC ya kwamba watuletee ofisi karibu ili wamama, kuna mama ambao ni wananyonyesha, kuna mama ambao ni wajawazito, kuna mama ambao ni wakongwe sana, hawawezi enda mpaka Kiminini. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuomba ya kwamba mkatuletee ofisi karibu ili hawa mama wenye wanataka kubadilisha kura wakaweze kuwa na hiyo uwezo wa kubadilisha kura.
Residents of Garsen in Tana Delta constituency, Tana River County, are calling on the government to extend road infrastructure to residential areas and install a proper sewage system. They say while the ongoing road construction linking Garsen town to the second town is commendable, the lack of drainage and sewage systems continues to cause flooding during the rainy season. Residents warn that poor sewage management is affecting homes, especially those located along the road.
Barabara imekuwa kinyume sababu hajakuwa na kutafuta drainage. Na hii maji ikifika hapa inaele manyumba ambayo kwamba ni wanyonge ambao hawajiwezi wachimbwe drainage kukontrola maji asipiri wananchi. Kama ingewezekana wakibe zile mtaro kama za maji wewe ikipita chini kwa chini. Maendeleo yametuletea. Hii ni first time kuona katika serikali ya magatuzi Tana River barabara mji wa pili inatengenezwa. Wangetengeneza kwanza drainage system ya maji.
Mavoko MP Patrick Makau has called on Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka to honour a memorandum of understanding between him and Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti regarding the party's gubernatorial ticket. Makau says the agreement required Governor Ndeti to vie for the Machakos governorship on a Wiper ticket for one term in 2022. In return, he was to receive the party's ticket for the 2027 general election to contest the same seat. However, Makau now claims Kalonzo is reluctant to uphold the deal. He alleges that the party leader wants both him and Ndeti to compete in party primaries instead, despite his confidence that he can defeat the governor.
Mheshimiwa party leader, I'm running as a Wiper governor Machakos 2027. Hey! Na niko na watu. Na niko na kura. Hata kama ulipromise huyu aende one term na utaki, mwambie kama yeye ni mwanaume akuje tufanye nominations zikiwe free and fair. Ndambwaga asubuhi na utaona amekimbia chama zingine na atakuwa wa kwanza kukutusi wewe. Nimekuambia.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaka.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Yeah, why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament,
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're getting into it at 7 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we get into an education conversation this hour. If you're tuned in, this is the Situation Room on this Wednesday, the 22nd of April. And still, a lot of things happening, as we keep saying, and that you will not be for want of one of those things for them to then shed light on certain conversations with us this morning. And we're going to shift gears a little bit as we do that, necessary for us to do so. There are talks of possible strikes coming come next week. There's a possibility that some teachers and a significant section of teachers will not be in school come next week. And these are our primary education teachers. And when you talk about post-primary, you're talking about secondary school. You're talking about junior secondary, and we're talking about senior secondary. So that goes from grade 7, 8, and 9 to grade 10, and then form 3 and 4. Remember, these are not just your run-of-the-mill anything. These are teachers who are saying, because of a sharp problem, we will then not be coming to school. We will not teach until you figure this out, if they're going to figure it out. Hosting this conversation with me at this point is Lewis Nyaundi, who is an education reporter with the Standard Group. Lewis, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Education matters never really run away from us, do they? They seem to always be.
It's the biggest docket in our country.
Yeah.
Gets the biggest allocation. I'll never stop saying that, of our taxpayers' money, more than any other county gets. Actually, more than all counties combined, what they're given from the exchequer is way less than what education gets. So it's a critical point. Whether you're a parent, whether you're a student, whether you're not, your money goes there. So you should be concerned.
You should be concerned. Yeah. And maybe you'll just give us a little bit of an overview of what is actually happening in the sector at the moment. Our guest is going to join us in a short while. He got a little bit confused with the timings, but Moses Ndurima is the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, that is otherwise known in acronym as KUPPET. He'll join us in a short while for us to understand about this looming strike, what exactly is going on. But let's look at education in the meantime, Nyaundi, because a lot has happened since January. Remember, we spoke last year and we said, come January, it looks like there's going to be a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
And we were not the doomsday sayers or anything, but that exactly is what happened. We got to a place where maybe at some point during the first term, grade 10s got their textbooks at least.
But late.
Really late.
Yeah.
And maybe the first time in a long time, and we got to give credit where it's due, the capitation for the first term was paid in full.
And came in before
school opened.
Yeah.
This actually happened. And I mean, it sounds crazy that we would celebrate it, but the opposite situation has been the case.
Yeah.
So we've always cried about this. But this time, in 2026, January, before schools opened on the 7th of January, capitation had been sent and received.
Yes.
Before schools open. Okay. Give us a status report of how things are looking now, and let's go from, if we need to start at ECDC, the ECDE, and go all the way to varsity. Let's do that. What does it look like right now?
We did our first senior school class, grade 10, which was a milestone. Yeah, despite the challenges, that level has already rolled out and students are in class. That's an achievement that we cannot erase. And looking at what is happening right now, the books are in school. There has been issues around schools not getting enough books, but those are technical issues that are ironed in between the term. But now moving forward to now April, and schools are now facing a shutdown. And for me, I think that's something that we should be worried about. We are looking at teachers who are teaching about 3-point-something million students in senior school.
Yes.
And another 2-point-something million students, about 2.7 million students in junior school who are threatening to strike. That's about 6 million students who will be affected. And some of the issues, SHA is the main issue, but there are another raft of issues that are in there, which includes promotion. There is stagnation of promotions. There has been a criteria that has been used for promotion for over a decade now, close to a decade, since 2017. And they are complaining that this promotion model is causing stagnation. So that's a very big issue for teachers, because some teachers have remained in the same job group for over 10 years, that means that their salary remains the same for over 10 years.
Yeah.
Time is changing, and these teachers need to feel some growth in their career progression, but that is not happening, and they credit that to this promotion model. Maybe when our guest is here, he can explain to us in detail how the promotion model works.
And how this works in tandem with TSC.
With TSC.
Because TSC is the commission that is mandated to deal with these job group rising, remaining, and all of this.
It's the implementing body.
That's the word
Actually, they are the ones who came up with this model. So, if anything, they're the ones who are supposed to be talking to us about this. And you see, for TSC, I think as an employer, it's a win for them because then it caps the growth in wage bill.
Yeah.
So for them, I think it works for them. But for the ordinary teacher who's in class, it's very punitive. And there are so many. I was going through the TSC page today in the morning, and one of the messages that every comment, every post that teachers are, that TSC is posting, you'll see such a comment. Reverse career progression guidelines for teachers. Teachers are stagnating in job group C1 for primary and C3 for secondary. C1 is the entry level, not the entry level, but the second level from where you start. When you get to service, you get to grade B5. Then after 3 years, you're automatically promoted to C1. But now moving from C1 is a problem.
Why is it a problem, though? I don't understand. Because, well, I can maybe apply some thought and it would make sense. It's cheaper overall to keep a teacher in C1 because that means, okay, in terms of emoluments and all these other things, that you can maintain paying a certain amount of money and you don't need to actually, if you keep them in C1, you're good. You don't have to spend more. When you promote, I mean, it's a no-brainer. You pay more money. But then it also seems like career progression is one of the things that you promised as a commission that you would then be able to foster. So if you don't do that, can you then say that the commission then is failing in one of its primary mandates?
I actually think that's the simple way to say it. But you see, I think there is a model. I think Nturima can best explain it to us. But there are some there are some things that a teacher needs to have covered over a certain period, and then they can apply for promotion. But now the problem is, even when they apply for promotion, it's not guaranteed that they are going to get that promotion when they seek for promotion. And they have to wait for 3 years before they can seek another round of promotion.
Yikes.
So imagine if I did my, if I was promoted to C1 and I'm seeking for promotion to C2, and I have applied for promotion this year, and that promotion has been declined. I have to wait until 2028 or 2029 actually before I can get another chance to seek for promotion.
And even then you're not guaranteed.
And it's not guaranteed. So I have to wait again up to 2032.
Yes.
So that I can seek another promotion. You see, those are 6 years, actually 9 years between 2026 to 2032. 9 years are gone by, or maybe 6 years are gone by. So you can see how easily a teacher can stagnate over one job group for 10 years. And that's one of the other issues. The other issue is the CBA. We have talked about this. They did an agreement to get some extra cash for teachers, and it was agreed upon, but it was to be paid in 2 tranches.
Yes.
One was paid last year, and the other one is supposed to be paid this July. But here's the problem.
Oh, God.
That money has not been budgeted for in the upcoming financial year. You know?
I don't understand.
You see, we work with budgets.
Okay, that I understand.
Yeah. So when the money for you to be paid in July, which is the next financial year, you have to get the allocation in next year's budget, the 2026-2027 budget.
But, Nyondi, the vanguards of this process of a CBA is the Ministry of Education.
Yes.
The stakeholders, Ministry of Education officials. Now, when we talk about budgets, ministries, that's why the budgeting process starts as far back as the end of August.
Yes.
Ministries supply Treasury, the number crunchers at Treasury, with their projections and what they need.
Mm-hmm.
A CBA is not a walk in the park. A CBA is a conversation that you've had over time and an agreement that you have put in place to still and calm the waters. It involves money, it involves resources, it involves people. How do you then not put that in your projections to Treasury so that it be included in the budget? Because we know that if it's not in the budget, then you can't spend this money.
Correct. Now,
so why wouldn't you do something as important as that in your projections to Treasury as the Ministry of Education?
Some teachers are saying that's a rage bait. They're trying to look at what teachers can do, but that's on a lighter note. That's exactly what the unions are talking about when they say that they're going to strike, because they say this is not an emergency that has just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
This is something that they knew was bound to happen. So they know they need this money, and they know by July they need to be paying teachers their new salaries, but they've not budgeted for that. So when we get to July, then we will be having a back and forth, and that's what they're trying to avoid. Before budget is ready in June, they want that money allocated into or factored into the budget.
But it's not possible, because you have about a month to go in terms of the completion of the budget process. The numbers will be done by the end of...
Actually, as early as now.
It's done. The budget is done. We're
the
just
recommendations
waiting for,
are already
all done.
Before,
So that the chances of that money then being brought in are close to nil.
That's true. And that's now the other pressure point that could send teachers to a strike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tsarima will hopefully join us to then explain this a little bit further. But you are in the halls of Jogo House often. You also attend the committees to hear what these folks are saying. One of the things that has been in the public arena for the longest time has been that the president has talked about the fact that they've hired 100,000 teachers. You know, it's historic. It has not happened under a presidency before. But some teachers are saying, okay, while the numbers may say that, there's this odd number of 56,000 teachers who are actually not employed. And when I say that, it's because they're contracted.
Yeah, so as interns.
As interns.
Yeah.
So are they employed or are they interns?
They're just interns.
Okay, and so they're paid something.
Yeah.
But they're not in these groups, these job groups.
No.
So have 100,000 teachers actually been hired then?
So in real sense, 76,000 teachers have been hired. And I'm not trying to be a naysayer, but we have to contextualize things.
Okay.
So look at this. We had primary and secondary schools under 844.
Okay.
Then we introduced the CBC or the CBE.
Yeah.
We introduced another level between senior school and primary school. We put in an intermediary stage, the junior secondary school.
Yeah.
So this is a completely new thing that was not in our system. So we had teachers that were teaching primary and senior school. And then we have this new system. When we talk about 100,000 teachers being employed, if it was under 844, that would have been
the historic thing.
That would have been historic.
Yeah.
It would have been a big milestone. And I'm not trying to discredit President William Ruto and his government, but with a new intermediary, he had no choice. He had to look for teachers to teach this new level of schooling. And that's where the 100,000 teachers or the 76,000 permanent teachers were going. So we have these teachers who are coming in to teach a new level. And actually, up to now, they don't meet the staffing needs for junior secondary school. You find that in a school, a random primary public school, you'll find that they have at least 4 junior school teachers. The others are primary school teachers who are trying to come and supplement the deficit, you know. So in as much as, 76,000, 100,000, the numbers, whatever number we agree on, have been hired. It was out of necessity. They had to.
It wasn't a favor of that.
It was not, no. Because in secondary school, we still have the deficit of some, I think, 20-something thousand or 30-something thousand teachers who are yet to be hired. In primary school, then the optics changed. Because of the reduction of 2 classes, they actually have more teachers than they require.
Yeah.
But you see, this is optics that are changing depending on the optics of how the system has been reconstructed to look like. So when we look at that hiring of teachers, for me, it's not the achievement that they try to paint, but it's a mitigation measure to try and accommodate the new system.
Yeah.
And they've not even met the requirement yet. Yes, they've tried, but they've not met the requirement.
They've not made the requirement.
And in respect to what you asked, I think about 44,000 teachers are intern teachers, and those are not employees of the government. They have to wait until the end of this year before they are confirmed.
And this is by public service?
By the TSC.
Yeah,
TSC is the employer.
Is the employer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it means that we have, I think, about 76,000 teachers who have been hired in the last 3 years, and another 44,000 intern teachers who are yet to be confirmed.
And we don't know if they will be.
That's another issue that is causing issues
the
around
possible strike that we're talking about.
Yeah.
There's also the autonomy of JS teachers who've said, excuse me, you've refused that JS move to senior school.
Yeah.
You've insisted that we be domiciled in primary school for now. It creates a bit of an ambiguous area in terms of how we're supposed to operate. So we insist on autonomy. You're not going to give us the autonomy that we need? How about we sit at home? This falls into the category of the 4 teachers per school that you're talking about right now, who are not even enough in the first place. So every time I talk about education, I get triggered. And sometimes people might think I'm a little emotional, but this is good because you're here, because now you can tell us the things that you actually see on a regular basis. Hopefully our Kupetman will be here shortly, but you've raised a number of issues. So let's go into those a little bit, because you know them from a position of information. TSC got a new CEO after the exit of Nancy Macharia last year.
Yeah, but she's acting.
She's acting in an acting capacity.
Yeah.
But already we've seen some scandal here and there in terms of who has been appointed, who has not been appointed. A family, not family, cousins, brother, sister, whatever. What kind of bearing then does this have on the commission and the work that's actually supposed to be happening at the commission? Or has that fire kind of died down?
Remember, all these things are happening under the new acting CEO, but there are things that began way before she came in.
Yes,
these are things that have been underlying over a period of time.
Yeah.
I know we are not supposed to talk about the issue. There's a recent scandal. I'm not going to go into
There's a gag order, obviously.
There's a gag order,
Yes.
So we are not going to talk about where the money went and who was taking the money. But without mentioning names, it's that when we look at the commission, then the credibility of the commission is in question. When you hear that they are deducting money from teachers who, remember, are some of the lowest earners in the public service, and that little that they get is also being deducted to fund some institutions that are questionable, to best put it. And when we look at that, then it's a thing that now puts to question how do they get the orders to, or how do they get the approval to deduct this money without the teacher's consent. Is this a matter that teachers can take up and seek reversal? Is it something that they can seek a refund? Those are the things that we are asking ourselves. But again, these are some of the lowest earners. These unions are the ones that are supposed to be talking on their behalf.
Yep.
Yeah, but they remain silent on such issues. So their place is also in question.
Oh, absolutely.
I wish Nturima was here. He could have been in a better place to tell us.
Or even if he's going to be here for 5 minutes, there's some things that we're going to place before him, so that he can explain to us exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Because this is against what we're talking about is a world-class education system, where members of this system in other parts of the world, there's no question about the compensation that they get, because there is the understanding that they're feeding into the very foundation of society.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. You're teaching, you're providing the foundational process for the future
Places
of any
like
country.
South Korea, teaching is a noble job.
There you go.
Better than being a doctor, better than being a lawyer, and they cherish teachers. I think their qualification there is a master's. For you to teach even in ECD. You have to have a master's, and they are one of the most respected profession in that country. So you look at that, you look at countries like Finland. Those are countries that really appreciate the teaching profession,
because they're dealing with it from a point of understanding.
Come to our country, and teaching is one of those careers where few are passionate about, but most of them go there because of circumstances.
Almost as though they were being punished.
Yeah.
Another thing that we're going to talk about when we come back from this break, Nyaundi, is the fact that term 2 comes in next week, and that there are some students some parents who are going to be asked to pay 100% increment on term 2 fees. That is a reality, and we're going to be asking why. It's 9:30. We'll come back from this break and ask some of those questions. Don't go away. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, so we're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17. We'll see a high of 24. It's 18 and sunny in Nakuru, and 19 and partly sunny into Njeri. 25 and sunny in Kisumu, while Kakamega at 22 is sunny. It's a rainy morning in Mombasa at 26, and Malindi is experiencing light rain showers at 28. Marsabit at 21 is sunny, and we're looking into a sunny Kampala at 24 and a sunny Dar es Salaam at 28. Cloudy at 14 into Johannesburg, while Lagos is sunny at 27. It's 8 degrees and sunny in London, and 23 and mostly sunny in Beijing. It's cloudy in New York at 9 degrees on Tuesday night. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see a high of 12 and a low of 8.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so what does it look like where you are this morning? As we come off the Sika Superhighway, that situation is more or less over. Into the CBD, still a lot of action coming off of Raila Odinga Way. And as you come off Muranga Road, as you get into the CBD, Pangani at the underpass, and get towards Globe Cinema at the roundabout, that's where it's busy this morning. Coming out of Gigiri, Village Market, Red Hill Road through towards Limuru Road, and then also Peponi, as you have some traffic then getting towards 6th Parklands Avenue. That whole area coming in from Parklands Road towards Sarit Center, and then off of Waiyaki Way, all of that pretty busy this morning. And so we're going to keep an eye on that through it. But we're coming out of traffic hour. Let's keep things moving, folks. Talk through the day. Spice FM KE on X.
Feeling an OL? Do not search your symptoms. Find a trusted healthcare provider near you. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood. Our conveniently located clinics offer specialist clinics, diagnostics, and pharmacy services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. See your cardiologist, pediatrician, gynecologist, family physician, surgeon, diabetologist, gastroenterologist, neurologist, pulmonologist, among other consultants near your home. For families along Mombasa Road, we've got you with medical centers at the following locations: Capital Center Mall, Imara Shopping Mall, Syokimau, Machakos Town. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730 011 888. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now.
School is out and the fun is in. Feast your eyes and your kids' hearts on a feast like no other with StarTimes. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 full month. Turn your home into a world of adventure with Bluey on CBeebies, playful giggles on Baby TV and Jim Jam, learning that feels like play on Mindset Learn, non-stop action with the Batman on Toonami and the Powerpuff Girls on Boing, endless fun with SpongeBob on ST Kids, and thrilling wins with Super Strikers on ST Tunes. Unlock your upgrade today. Simply renew your subscription on your current bouquet and we'll automatically move you to the next high bouquet for 30 days. Dial *858# or call us on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Download the StarTimes on app to take the fun wherever you go. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFM KE. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, Karibu Sana, as we get into it, 26 minutes to 10 o'clock, our conversation continues. We're talking things education. A strike is looming in terms of what's happening in our education sector. And we've obviously started a conversation with Lewis Nyawundi, who is an education reporter with the Standard Group. I mean, wealth of information that you have here about some of the things that are actually going on. Questions arise in terms of what's going to be happening in the next couple of days as schools open come Tuesday and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Moses Nturima is the Deputy Secretary General of KUPPET, and of course there's some questions that we have to ask. He joins us on phone. Getting here maybe proved a little bit of a challenge this morning, but we're going to continue that conversation with him this morning. Bwana Nturima, good morning. Hello. Hello, Bonantuma, good morning. I don't think we can hear him. Perhaps we can fix that, Evelyn. All right, we'll see if we can get him to then be able to speak to us. That line seems to be a bit off, so we'll see if we can get him on the line and at least disengage that call from your side. All right? All right, there we go. Hello, good morning, Bonantuma. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
We're doing well, and thank you so much.
Karibu Sana, and thank you for joining us this morning. So a couple of questions that we wanted to get into with you this morning. Of course, Nyawundi is here with us, and we're looking into what KUPPET has been very clear about, that in the next couple of days there's a possibility of a strike not going to schools even as they open to teach. And this is from the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers. So we're looking at all the way from grade 7 to Form 4. And one of the issues that we're seeing is because of the SHA issue. Can you give us a bit of an explainer in terms of what's going on here?
Yes, Madam, I think the union is unequivocal with regards to the reopening of the school, that the teachers, if SHA has not improved its services as was agreed, teachers are not likely to go back to class because of the medical cover. You remember a couple of months ago we were in Minute, which was a fairly good medical provider. But when we went to State House, the president promised teachers that he wanted to fix the few challenges that we had in minute and make it seamless.
Mm-hmm.
That was followed by a transfer of teachers to SHA and MAS. And the SHA promised to give us about 9,000 hospitals from the 800 that Minet was providing. So from that time, we have started experiencing a lot of challenges regarding how teachers are accessing services.
When you say challenges, Bonatima, what are you saying? Because you're saying if it doesn't improve, what exactly is going wrong?
What is going wrong is that they promised about 9,000 hospitals. Less than 200 hospitals are receiving teachers, and these are majorly public hospitals. We expected us to access the best hospitals in the Republic, having lost the medical allowance, and going to the SHA with about 22 billion. We expected similar services in terms of medical provision, which is not forthcoming. You go to the hospital, first of all, these are public hospitals, and you take, like you go there at 8, you get services at 8 again at night. Secondly, now they have capped what you are supposed to spend in a day. In a level 4 hospital, you cannot spend more than 1,200. Level 5, 2,500. So when it comes to that, it means that the teachers are not going to get medical services anymore, because that is likely to be only. It is not even enough for the consultations.
Mutanu, I hear what you're saying, but this is the question, obviously, to understand that 10,000 teachers, 10,000 teachers went to State House early this year.
Yes.
There were certain things that were said. There were certain things that were promised, and he said, we've agreed that we're going to move this thing to SHA. Everybody said yes. Are you saying that move was agreed upon by the teachers who, sure, it's just a fraction of the teachers in the country, because we're looking at 400,000 plus teachers in Kenya. 10,000 or so is what could probably fit in State House. But it would have maybe meant that there was a representation of teachers in the country who agreed to this thing. Are you saying that you didn't know what you were agreeing to?
Teachers did not know, and apparently
there was a clause where you could have exited SHA at the end. Maybe, I don't know, there was a grace period on when you could exit SHA, the SHA agreement. Does it still stand, and is that an option?
SHA is a statutory scheme, and unions are not signatory to the agreement. It's only the Teacher Service Commission and the SHA.
Mm-hmm.
We were not in the negotiations of how this thing will be rolled out. It is, we are called at the Minister of Education, and the PS told us that the President wanted teachers to migrate.
Okay.
And we told them to give us time. That is when they asked a scheme of taking teachers to State House. So we were told to take about 2,000 teachers. NAT was given 3,000. Hence associations were given about 5,000. So we took about 10,000 teachers, leaders of teachers, to State House.
I'm sorry. So what you're saying essentially is that there was already an impasse before you went to State House. So the people were already not agreeing over certain things. So you were given the information. But people were not agreeing about certain things before January 2026 when you did go to State House. So before you went, or rather, as the back and forth was going on, which is now when they say come to State House, is that what you're saying? Already there was a disagreement.
There was a disagreement, and in our memorandum, which we gave the President, he was very categorical that these people of the union have refused you to migrate. Do you want me to fix this medical cover for you? And the teachers said 2 terms.
Okay.
And that is where it ended. So that fixing meant to us, he wanted to improve minutes. But it turned out that after a couple of weeks and months, we were transferred to SHA. So So there was no agreement whatsoever between the unions and the government. We categorically said that we are not sure where we are going. We need to wait and see whether this thing will benefit the public before teachers come in. Because we are losing
Chirima, I know you're a lawyer, and
Yes.
I'm looking at this as a contract that you did not agree to. Probably you are coerced to agree to. So what's the way forward as we open schools? And also, have you opened negotiations? I'm told that there is a meeting between TSC and the unions in Mombasa.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there is a meeting, but this meeting is just gimmicks. The meetings that you see people going around every now and then, I take it as a political meeting, because what we need to see is service, it's not meetings. Because we had meetings when we were migrated, we had about 2 meetings. And recently we met the minister and the Shah, and he promised a raft of changes in the provision of medical services, which are not forthcoming up to now.
The way forward.
So the way forward is that the teachers must warm up. We are calling the organs of the union to give us directions, because I have no capacity to call for a strike. It is those organs that can tell us now teachers are tired and they are raring to go. And that is now the time we shall issue a notice. Because you cannot, watch teachers die and suffer in the hospitals when they have lost medical cover.
Okay. Some of the other issues that are also coming up that we've seen, Deb, is that the hiring of teachers leaves about 44,000 teachers as interns. And these fall right into this bracket of post-primary education teachers. So we're looking at from junior secondary school 7, 8, 9 through towards senior secondary school grade 10, form 3, form 4. That 44,000 of them still remain interns. So that's one issue. Another issue talks about perhaps what we're looking at, that, just a very little bit of what we can actually speak about in terms of what has been happening with teacher deductions over the years and where this money has actually been going. These are some of the issues that are being brought up as flags, red ones, whereby teachers are saying, until and unless these issues are sorted out, we are not teaching. What would you have to say about these two particular issues?
Sorry, I've not gotten the last one.
The first one, so we're talking about the scandals at the TSC that have been highlighted in terms of deductions from teachers that they don't know where this money has actually gone. And secondly, the issues of intern teachers who maybe until June will not be brought in as full-time employed teachers, if they will.
So now I think the teachers, the courts pronounced themselves that internship is illegal. And as currently it stands, is that the teachers who are serving an internship are serving illegally. So we have written to the government today to call for a meeting to consider, among other things, the employment of teachers who are about 44,000 and are serving under internship, because I don't know how they are paying them, because they are in the service illegally.
Okay.
That is one, and it's one of the issues that teachers want now to address as we open the schools. So we have written to them, and we are expecting to give us a meeting by Monday, because the schools are opening on Monday in that week, so that we thrash out these issues. Otherwise, there will be demonstrations against what the government is doing. Secondly, about deductions, there are several deductions, which includes statutory deductions. I don't know of a deduction that the teachers don't know, because there are deductions of union dues, there are deductions of SHA, there are deductions of NSSF, There are deductions of medical cover, but some of these deductions are already in court. For example, in the deduction of the housing levy, we are the Court of Appeal, and we are waiting for the pronouncement, which was supposed to come up on 12th, but we are still waiting for the court to give us a determination. So
okay, maybe also there is an issue on teachers' promotion, which has been a thorny issue in the flesh of teachers. Stagnation for more than 10 years, teachers are saying. And even if you look at TSC posts on social media, you'll see teachers complaining and calling for the revision of this CPG, which is for the benefit of our listeners, the career progression guidelines that guide how teachers are promoted. Maybe is there what is happening? Because I remember when you did the 2020, I think in 2023 there was the 2021-2025 CBA where you signed the monetary part of the CBA, and one of the agreements that you made during that time was that that you're going to form a technical team that was going to review, among other issues, the issues on CPG. Also, when you signed the 2025-2029 CBA, which is the most recent, one of the agreements was that you are going to sit together with TSC and relook at CPG. All these promises are there, but there are no outcomes that we see, substantive outcomes. And teachers continue to complain about this promotion issue. What is happening? Can you give us a definitive answer on what is happening on promotion and how you're handling this matter?
Yes, on promotion, I can authoritatively say that we have been aggregating money from the retired teachers, and you see the government every year gives us 1 billion to promote teachers. So the amount that, like in the previous years, we aggregated about 4 billion plus 1 billion that went into promoting teachers and employing more. But this time, we have told the TSC that the amount of the money aggregated upon retirement of teachers should entirely go to the promotion of teachers due to stagnation. Secondly, about CPG, it is in our agreement, the collective bargaining agreement that we signed last year, that we are winding up with the CPG in June this year, and we shall now exit to another scheme where we made a proposal that teachers cannot only be promoted when there is a vacancy in the administration, but even when they're in class, they should be promoted to the highest level, because waiting for vacancies from management will take them long time. So we are clearing this one. We are also merging some job groups, like job group C4 and C5 must be phased out. Those are our recommendations, and we expect the TSC, when they call us now, because they are working on now the policy, we shall be able to now authoritatively to say that CPG has been vacated, and we are in the new regime now of the promotions.
Maybe so when do we expect to wind up this CPG? And maybe for the benefit of our listeners, can you just explain to us what CPG entails?
Previously, we were being promoted under what was called schemes of service, where the teachers were promoted regardless of whether you are taking position of leadership or not. It's a promotion on merit, where even a classroom teacher could be having a senior grade than the principal of that school. But when we went to the CPG, the TSC decided now to narrow down on the promotion. It is no longer promotion on merit, but promotion on getting a position of leadership. So that one narrowed the scope of how teachers will be promoted to you wait for a vacancy for you to go up. And that one has made a critical mass of teachers being left under without promotions. So right now we are diversifying promotion, and I hope these proposals will come to fruition this year.
All right. It'll be interesting to see. So what, I mean, just as we kind of wrap this up with you, and we're very grateful that you joined us today, able to share some of these insights. What does Monday look like? Because schools open on Monday. Learning is supposed to begin for the second term on Monday, which is the longest term of the year. What is likely to happen from your point of view?
We cannot stop learning because that is the right of the learners. But definitely, you'll expect teachers to make their pronouncements on Monday.
All right. Regardless of what those will be, Moses Nturuma is the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers. Thank you for joining us this morning. We look forward to a time where we can have you in the room to then, of course, go over some of these issues as pertinent as they are. But for now, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. There was miscommunication between us and the person who called me. I'm willing to come any other day that you call me. Thank you so much. Good work. And asante sana.
Asante sana. We definitely look forward to that. Thanks very much, and talk to you soon.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I mean that's what it looks like now, Ndi, in terms of what will happen next week. There's so many things, there's so many balls up in the air as it concerns education, and time doesn't allow us to do it all. But one thing that we have to talk about today, because it's affecting hundreds of thousands of students, as we wait and see what happens with the teachers next week, and if all of these things will be sorted out, what might be the language that people will understand is actually if these teachers do down their tools and say that we're not going back to school until you sort out this thing, because we've been talking about it for months, but we wait and see. The Kenya Institute of Management, we saw an announcement that a license has been revoked. Now, I'm not sure if I'm getting all the terms right, but I guess this is why you are here. A license has been revoked. What essentially that means is that students who attended the Institute of Management since 2018, this now vacates their certification and they lie fallow in terms of the work that they did, whether it was a diploma status. They don't have that certification. Not only does it affect those who studied between 2018 and 2025, even the students who are still in school today are at a loss.
Yeah.
What sorcery is this?
It's a very sad story, actually. I covered the story. It's on today's Standard, page 11. Anybody who can get a copy of the Standard, or they can visit our online website, they can read the story. Now, I did extensive interviews with the CEO, Kim, and the institution that regulates colleges, that is the TVETA. And it's a very sad situation because you see over 100,000 graduates, people who already have their certificates, and maybe they are somewhere, working somewhere in an office. They are told that their certificates are null and void. So what does that mean to that person? You as an employer, what are you supposed to do with a person who's been working for you for years and now you're told that their certificate is not valid? Are you supposed to sack that person?
But why did this happen? What were the reasons?
Another 10,000 students are currently in session.
Yes.
So they are left in limbo. They don't know what is happening. Now, you've just asked a good question. What happened? There is a row between the institution and the regulator. So the institution dates back to 1954. It's not a new institution. You're not going to say that it's one of these colleges that pops up from,
fly-by-night helicopter institution.
Exactly, So it's not one of those institutions. It's a well-established institution that even has a university, the Management University of Africa. And the robe came in that 2017-2018, there was a change in policy. Previously, they could self-regulate, but now in 2018 came the authority known as TVETA, Technical and Vocational Education Training Authority. So all institutions that are offering certificates and diplomas were supposed to be answerable to this TVETA. And as they train, there was another body that was set up that was responsible for examining students. And this institution is known as SIDAC. There are so many technicalities in there where SIDAC was first removed, then it was brought back. But in essence, this SIDAC was the institution trains and then they do examinations via SIDAC. So apparently the institution has not been complying with that. They've been using their university to assess these students. And this is where the problem comes in. TVETA is asking this institution to comply so that they can take SIDAC approved exams. Yeah. You see the way CPA, you do your CPA from anywhere.
Yes.
Any institution out there. But when you go and do your examination, you do your CPA examination from CASNEB. So that's the same system that they use.
That's what they're looking for.
So you can learn from anywhere, but when you do the examination, for you to be approved, it has to be from CASNEB.
So essentially a centralization is what is being sought.
That's the problem.
So, and Kim is refusing to adhere to this centralization?
According to the TVETA, Kim is not following that protocol where they're supposed to test their students under SIDAC. Instead, they're using the MUA, the Management University of Africa, as the assessor. And now they're saying that these certificates that have been awarded in Kim are not valid because they don't follow the regulations that are guiding TVETA.
Okay, so we're going to top of the hour because obviously this is something we need to look into a little bit more. But it sounds to me that if they complied, then we would be saving 100,000 students and 10,000 students who are in session. It sounds to me that if compliance is achieved, then we would save a situation for hundreds of thousands.
But then the question comes, why wait between 2018 and 2026? 8 years later is when you take that action.
That's a good question. Yaondi, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you for everybody who joined in the Situation Room this morning. You see, many issues and they're still hanging. That's why we must continue. Asante sana, and a very good morning to you. It's 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Members of Parliament have summoned former officials of the NCIC over audit queries linked to alleged financial mismanagement. The officials, including former chairperson Samuel Kobie, are expected to explain irregular spending, budget overruns and breaches of procurement and human resource rules. The National Assembly's Public Investments Committee, chaired by Bumula MP Wanami Wamboka, is probing issues including a disputed task force allowance, unauthorized overdrafts, and over-expenditure exceeding 132 million Kenya shillings. Audit findings show the Commission overspent its budget significantly, with the bulk of the excess going to travel and administrative costs without proper approval. Committee members led by Session Chair Daniel Caritho have insisted that all former commissioners and the former CEO appear to account for the expenditure following concerns raised in the Auditor General's report. MPs say the probe aims to establish responsibility and ensure accountability in the use of public funds. A section of ECDE teachers in Siaya County have staged a protest against the county government over salary disparities, unpaid arrears and unexplained deductions. The teachers, represented by the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, say that despite being moved to permanent and pensionable terms in May 2023, many have not received promised salary increments for the past 8 months. They also raised concerns concerns over payroll irregularities, including mismatched Provident Fund details and alleged unauthorized loan deductions. Union officials further accused the County Public Service Board of issuing deployment letters without proper procedures, leading to irregular hiring and cases of unpaid staff. The teachers are now demanding payment of gratuity for the period between 2016 and 2023 when they served on temporary contracts. They have warned of further protests if their grievances are not addressed. The appointment of Calvin Okoth, popularly known as Gaucho, the musician Ken Wamaria, to the board of Mama Lucy Hospital by the Nairobi County Government has sparked controversy. Governance and legal experts say the appointments may be unlawful and could be challenged in court. The move by Governor Johnson Sakaja has drawn criticism from doctors and members of the public who argue that the appointees lack relevant experience in the health sector. Lawyer Suleiman Bashir is among those who have questioned the decision, terming it a reward for political allies. That's the Newswire. I'm Leo Baga, and here is the sports news.
It's a mockery of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. We are not alive to the principles and tenets that
can restore their 9-point lead with the win in their next match. And finally, Coventry City was
safeguards that the Constitution has put in place. Nobody cares about it. Nobody looks at these key principles. Nobody constitutional values when these kind of people are being put into offices, and it sets a very dangerous precedent. We are supposed to look at their morals, their ethics. To have taken a drift away from the Constitution, we are rewarding political chronism rather than looking at the aspect of constitutional fulfillment.
Chance here, there's the opening goal, rifled in by Mutanu, linking beautifully with Kai Havertz.
Good morning. Colin Sichenja has returned from a 7-week injury layoff and is ready for a tough test as Charlton Athletic faces Ipswich Town in a crucial championship clash. The Harambee Stars defender says he feels fit and motivated, urging his team to give everything as they fight to secure vital points to avoid relegation. Sichenja also expressed happiness at settling in quickly at Charlton and praised the support from Kenyan fans, which he says continues to inspire him. Leicester City have been relegated to League One after 2-2 draw with Hull City. Despite fighting back to lead through goals from James and Thomas, Oli McBurney equalized to seal their fate. The drop completes a dramatic fall for Leicester, nearly a decade after their historic Premier League title win under Claudio Ranieri. Chelsea slumped to a 5th straight league defeat without scoring after 3-0 loss to Brighton. Goals from Fadi Kadioglu, Jack Hinslow and Danny Welbeck sealed the win, lifting Brighton above Chelsea into 6th. It's Chelsea's worst scoring run since 1912, piling pressure on coach Liam Rosenior. Real Madrid kept their title hopes alive with a 2-1 win over Alaves, cutting Barcelona's La Liga lead to 6 points. Kylian Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. scored for Madrid, while Alaves grabbed a late consolation. Barcelona can restore their 9-point lead with the win in their next match. And finally, Coventry City were crowned championship champions after dominant win over Portsmouth, sealing the title with 2 games to spare. Goals from Haji Wright, Ephron Mason Clark, an own goal, and Kane Kessler Hayden secured a convincing victory. Despite the defeat, Portsmouth stayed up after other results went their way. And that's the Sports Wire. I'm Derek Otieno.
SpiceFM, Njeri. More of the classics and the hits.